Chapter 1399. The atmosphere was heavy. The atmosphere was tense. Li Hansong was less than 10 meters away from Tianqin and about the same distance to Fangping. What would Tianqin choose? For a moment, Sherpa and Luan were sweating. Once they started fighting, who would they help? If Tianqin made a move, Fangping would definitely kill him. Of course, from their point of view, Fangping might not be Tianqin's match. However, from now on, they had completely fallen out with each other. Tianqin was still sitting cross-legged, but he also raised his head to look at Li Hansong. Attack or not? Under Fangping's interrogation, he did not choose to give up. In fact, it was a decision. Otherwise, even if he feigned civility, he could still say that he had given up, and Fangping might not turn against him. However, at that moment, he chose to remain silent. He had his insistence, and he had his stand. He did not choose to lie because he did not care to do so, and he did not want to do so. The cat was caught in the middle. Fangping was in a dilemma, but Tianqin was in a dilemma too. However, everyone had their own choices. He had no choice. In Jianghu, how could everything go according to one's wishes? At this moment, Tianqin smiled. He felt a little relieved and relieved. What he was conflicted about was not Fangping. No matter how strong Fangping was, even if he was a sovereign, he would not be troubled. What he was conflicted about was the azure cat, celestial hound. They had been together for tens of thousands of years. Did they not have feelings for each other? Of course. However, his path and Fangping's path were destined not to be the same. Attack! The moment Tianqin rejected Fangping's offer, he was already destined to make a move. Fangping knew. Tianqin knew. It was just that both of them were struggling. The sky-covering hand instantly covered the sky. An expert at the peak of breaking 8 was fighting against a person at the peak of breaking 6. The difference between the two was too great, and Li Hansong was unable to block it. But Li Hansong didn't give up. When he saw the hand, he exploded. The arch armor appeared, and he punched out. However, someone was faster than him. You still made a move. Fangping's voice was icy cold. I gave you a chance. Tianqin didn't care about him, and he didn't care about Tianqin either. Just as Tianqin thought, Fangping was also thinking about the wildcat. The cat had lived for so many years. Did it have any friends? Maybe there is. Skyhound, Tianqin, Spirit Emperor, unquestionable sword. If there was one left, it would be Fangping. These 5 people had been through the cat's entire life. Unquestionable Jian was dead, and no one knew what was going on with Ling Huang. The heavenly hound was still alive, but Tianqin's attitude was unclear. If Tianqin were to die, the cat would probably be even sadder than when unquestionable Jian died. Tens of thousands of years of nurturing and caring. Even if it was a scheme, even if it was a request from someone else, could he ignore it? The sun god had entrusted the heaven-suppressing king to guard the human world for 8,000 years. Could Fangping say that the heaven-suppressing king had contributed nothing to the human race? It was the same principle. He couldn't, and the green cat couldn't ignore Tianqin's care and nurturing. The subduing heavenly king was a great hero of the human race. No one could deny this. However, at this point, Fangping would not let his emotions get the better of him. He would not allow Tianqin to become a threat to the human race. He could become an emperor at any time. The battle broke out in an instant. The moment Tianqin made his move, he was ready to fight Fangping. One hand covering the sky, capturing Li Hansong. In his other hand, a sky-splitting gigantic axe appeared. He did not dare to underestimate Fangping at all. He swung the axe toward Fangping, slashing toward Fangping's avatar, a broken 8 avatar. However, the moment the axe swung, Tianqin knew something was wrong. Fangping's avatar retreated continuously. He did not want to fight him at all. His expression was cold and cruel. Tianqin sensed the danger coming from behind. The saber gleam was bone-piercing. It was fake. The Fangping in front was fake. The one behind him was the real one. Tianqin roared and swung his axe back, splitting the 8 heavens in one strike. Behind him, Fang Ping held the chaos-vanquishing saber in his hand. His expression was as cold as ice. There were no energy waves when he attacked, only the ripples of space being torn apart. The Chongdao swung out. It went straight for Tian Chen's head. His attack was meant to kill. Against a peak-broken 8, no matter how many ideas Fang Ping had, he would not show mercy now. If he was not careful, the tables would turn. Tian Chen would kill him, not the other way around. It was not impossible. Tian Chen roared. The axe enlarged instantly. Without turning his head, he blocked Fang Ping's slash with the axe. At this moment, he did not even have time to think about Fang Ping's strength. Clang, the sound of metal colliding, was not too loud. In the next moment, a wave swept in all directions. Sherpa and Luan's expressions changed drastically. They swept everyone up and soared into the sky. The 2 broken 8 martial artists' expressions changed drastically. The aftermath of the battle between the 2 made them feel immense pressure, even the threat of death. As for Tai Tu, the giant palm on his head was shattered. His punch hit nothing but air. Tian Chen was no longer in the mood to attack him. At this moment, Tian Chen was also shocked. The sense of danger was overwhelming. Boom! Only after these people left did the sound reverberate. It was extremely loud. With a boom, the ground exploded. The island where the divine nation of chaos was located was penetrated by the aftermath of the battle. The seawater evaporated instantly. The area below Fang Ping and Tian Qin became a black hole. Tian Qin did not stay where he was. The axe vibrated. The web between Tian Chen's thumb and index finger exploded. The wound spread from his arm to his flesh. Boom! Tian Qin flew backward, crashing through space. Countless spatial cracks cut his bones, sparks flying everywhere. Broken 9! A muffled groan was heard. Tian Chen let out a low growl, slightly shocked. He had just crashed through space. Before he could stabilize himself, Fang Ping slashed again without a sound, like a ghost. His Chongdao did not cause any ripples. Tian Chen roared, raised his axe, and cleaved the heavens with one strike. It was at this moment that Fang Ping's clone had turned into a fishing net behind him without a sound or presence, enveloping him in an instant. On the other side, Old Man Li disappeared instantly. He appeared again in the blink of an eye. His face was pale, and his body was dripping with blood. However, his sky destroyer was stained with some blood. It was not real blood. It was the kind left behind when he slashed the source world. Old Man Li attacked too. Since they were enemies he had to kill. Fang Ping's broken 9 true avatar attacked from the front. His broken 8 true avatar attacked from the back. Tian Qin was already having a hard time dealing with them. He could not care less about the source. Old Man Li did not say a word. He attacked the source directly and destroyed it. Humph! With a muffled grunt, Tian Chen's skull cracked slightly. His flesh was gone. The axe collided with Fang Ping's Chongdao again. Rumble! Layers of space were broken. Behind him, the fishing net covered him instantly. Tian Qin growled. His vitality burned. With a rumble, he penetrated the space again, moving forcefully. As soon as he left, the fishing net covered him. Even the space cracks were trapped inside. He could not leave. He could not cut the fishing net. He could only self-destruct. Not far away, Tian Chen's jade bones appeared, but there were some cracks. Fang Ping did not say a word. Just as he escaped the attack, Fang Ping's Chongdao appeared above his head again. Tian Chen raised his axe to block again. Boom! The axe fell. Tian Chen's hand bones cracked. A transparent liquid dripped from the cracked bones. That was the core essence of the jade bones. At this moment, Tian Qin, who was at peak broken 8, was killed by Fang Ping again and again. His flesh was gone, his jade bones cracked. He was badly injured. However, Fang Ping had no intention of stopping. Kill! Fang Ping's long hair danced again. His blood-red hair was mixed with the stench of blood. The shadows of countless powerhouses he had killed appeared. Chang Dao slashed again. Rumble. One slash after another. Tianqin was also a veteran powerhouse. He did not lack battle experience. Fang Ping did not give him the chance. Kill. Close combat. Powerhouses fought to the death. In this instant, Fang Ping's vitality was stronger than his. His physique was stronger. His bones were stronger. His mentality was stronger. Even his weapon was stronger. He was stronger in everything. Naturally, he did not need to calculate anything. Even if Tianqin self-destructed and injured him, he would still kill Tianqin. The speed of their battle was too fast. It was so fast that Sherpa and Wan had just leaped into the air, taking away the powerhouses from the disordered nation. At this moment, Rumble, the not-so-small island, began to sink. Pitch-black cracks appeared on the huge island. Parts of the island disappeared, while other parts collapsed and sank. Luan and Sherpa were shocked. Tianqin was being suppressed by Fang Ping. Broken 9. They thought Fang Ping might not be Tianqin's match. Little did they know, in the moment they fought, Tianqin was seriously injured. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was unscathed. He was crushing Tianqin. Before the two of them could say anything, another muffled groan sounded. Puff! Fang Ping chopped off Tianqin's left arm. Tianqin held a giant axe and slashed at Fang Ping's shoulder. Bang! The flesh on the shoulder exploded. The giant axe did not break Fang Ping's bones. Fang Ping, on the other hand, chopped off Tianqin's left arm completely. After chopping off his left arm, Tianqin's qi movement weakened a little. Fang Ping's saber could cut thousands of daos. Cutting people was cutting daos. Cutting people was cutting spiritual consciousness. This saber cut off Tianqin's left arm, but it also cut through Tianqin's mentality and cut some daos. Stop! At this moment, a roar was heard. The heavenly hound streaked across the sky, a murderous glint in its giant eyes, but the two of them ignored it. As the heavenly hound neared, Fang Ping's avatar streaked across the sky, saying coldly, "Even if you interfere, I won't show mercy." Fang Ping. Tengu roared. He didn't do anything. He did. Fang Ping said coldly he attacked Li Hansong. I gave him a chance. Tengu was slightly shocked. Then it roared. He didn't do it willingly. Someone forced him. Celestial Emperor. Yes, Celestial Emperor forced him. Tengu, no one forced me. At this moment, Tianqin, who was being suppressed and attacked, suddenly said in a muffled voice, Celestial Emperor is my master who taught me. I am Celestial Emperor's direct descendant, Celestial Emperor's first seat. Tianqin's mentality was shaken. At this moment, he could not even speak. Breaking the three emperors' daos was a theory that existed 10,000 years ago. For 10,000 years, I've been prepared. Tianqin's mentality was shaken, then suddenly trembled. Fang Ping grabbed the giant axe with one hand. Blood flowed from his hand and his flesh exploded. But Fang Ping did not feel any pain. His expression did not change. Cold as ice, he swung his saber. Bang! Tianqin's right arm made a cracking sound. His right forearm exploded. With another muffled groan, Tianqin no longer had the energy to say anything. He could not even use his mentality to transmit his voice. Fang Ping grabbed the quivering giant axe. Tianqin's right arm was broken. He could no longer control the giant axe, but he did not give up. Suddenly, he broke through the void and appeared beside someone. Li Hansong. Fang Ping's eyes were cold. At this moment, Tianqin was not running away or fighting him. Instead, he wanted to fight Li Hansong. From Tianqin's point of view, from the Celestial Emperor's point of view, Tianqin was a loyal subject, a good person who respected his master. But from Fang Ping's point of view, Tianqin was an enemy who must be killed. At this moment, his first thought was to fight Li Hansong. If this person did not die, Old Wang and the other two would be in big trouble. Even if Old Wang had a breakthrough 9, there were times when a breakthrough 9 would be asleep. Old Wang could not stop Tianqin from attacking Old Wang. He definitely could not. After fighting Tianqin, Fang Ping knew that this guy was terrifyingly strong. Fang Ping had hurt him first and wanted to kill him, but he still managed to escape. If he did not want to fight Li Hansong, he might have escaped thousands of miles away. Chaos quell! With a low roar, Fang Ping swung his saber. In the next moment, heaven-covering palm covered Li Hansong. It was not aimed at Tianqin, but to capture Li Hansong and bring him to his side. As the giant hand covered Li Hansong, Fang Ping swung his saber and forced Tianqin back. Li Hansong did not hesitate. He faced the giant hand directly and shouted, "Fuse!" In the next moment, Li Hansong melted into the giant hand like water. On Fang Ping's body, a set of emperor armor appeared. His chi was slightly stronger. A heavenly king with a breakthrough 6 could only buff Fang Ping. At most, he could increase his vitality by 1,000,000. However, with emperor armor and Li Hansong around, it could be more effective. Fang Ping put on emperor armor. Suddenly, a pair of gloves appeared on his left hand. Black gloves! The emperor armor gloves that Li Hansong could not use all this time. Fang Ping's eyes moved. With the gloves on his left hand enlarged and gripped the quivering giant axe in his hand. At this moment, the giant axe could not escape, nor could it chop Fang Ping's flesh. Fang Ping was slightly shocked. So strong! Of course! This was not the time to think about this. Seeing Li Hansong fused with Fang Ping, Tianqin felt a little hopeless. He could not kill Li Hansong. He could not kill Li Hansong, and he could not kill Fang Ping either. Fang Ping was stronger than before. "Instructor!" a murmur was heard. In the next moment, Tianqin did not escape. Instead, he charged toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping frowned and let out a cold humph. Blind loyalty. Of course he could say that. Perhaps in Tianqin's eyes, this was the best ending. "I'll fulfill your wish." Seeing that he did not run, Fang Ping knew that he was prepared to die here. However, would Fang Ping be lenient? No. Fang Ping slashed again. The smell of blood was nauseating. Even Wan and Shi Po's mentality trembled, and they hurriedly dodged. On the other side, Tengu saw this and panicked. It did not expect Tianqin to be defeated so quickly. It also did not expect Tianqin to not run but fight with Fang Ping. Was he not looking for death? Bastard! Tengu panicked. Its giant head bit toward Fang Ping's clone. It could not watch Tianqin get killed. It had feelings for Songcat and Tianqin. If not, it would not have looked for Tianqin and asked him to accompany it to the Sky Cemetery to take revenge. It did not have any feelings for Fang Ping. It helped Fang Ping because of Songcat. At this moment, Tengu could not sit and watch Tianqin get killed. Behind it, Old Man Li disappeared again without a sound. In the blink of an eye, Tengu's mouth was bleeding. Its long tail was like a sharp blade, sweeping toward Old Man Li, who had just appeared. Fang Ping's avatar also unleashed the power of a broken 8, throwing a punch. On the other side, Tianqin and Fang Ping were already fighting. Both of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Tianqin flew backward, his sternum broken. Not only that, many of his skull cracked. Cat food! Tengu roared, furious. Suddenly it opened its giant mouth. With a rumble, the surrounding space was swallowed by it. Fang Ping's clone's vision went black. Old Man Li also fell into space, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The surrounding void disappeared completely, turning into darkness. Tengu, on the other hand, could not care less. It let Fang Ping's clone bombard its body. A chain attacked Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression was fierce. Disregarding everything, he slashed at Tianqin's head. He would kill Tianqin first. Before the saber landed, the blood-colored saber glow shattered space. Tian Chen's skull cracked. If the Changdao landed, his skull would definitely shatter. All of this happened too quickly, so fast that both sides did not have much time to communicate. Tian Chen was already completely defeated. He was about to be killed by Fang Ping on the spot. Even Tengu could not stop it now. The moment the Changdao landed, Fang Ping roared and pulled it back. His vitality exploded. Fang Ping spat out blood and took a few steps back. Stomping on the void, he slashed at the chain behind him. With a rumble, the chain was sent flying. Not far away, Tengu's mentality was in turmoil, blood spilling from its mouth. In front of Fang Ping, the cat's speed was too fast. It was as if it had walked out of space, squatting in front of Tian Chen's head. The cat did not block the slash. This cat actually wanted to take the slash for Tian Chen. Fang Ping did not know when it had returned. He did not even sense it. He had almost slashed it with his saber, an all-out slash. If he wanted to kill Tian Chen, he would not hold back. Naturally, he gave it his all. Mother asterisk cur. Fang Ping cursed, blood dripping from his mouth. He said furiously, "Stupid cat, get out of the way. Do you want to die?" He almost hit the cat. Even if the cat was really a broken 9, if Fang Ping slashed it with all his might, even if it did not die, it would not be able to keep its body. Chaos vanquishing saber, slashing the body. Did this cat not know? Even if the cat did not have a path, the source world was still a path. Meow. The cat meowed softly, a little at a loss. It did not know why the liar and the cat guard captain were fighting, but it saw that the cat guard captain was about to be killed by the liar, so it came. It just appeared in front of Tian Chen's head. It did not attack Fang Ping, nor did it attack Tian Chen. It just sat there, as if wondering if the scammer would not kill the cat's guardian captain if he were to be slashed by it. "Cat," Tian Chen's voice came. He had forcefully recovered his flesh, but his arms were completely broken. At this moment, he looked at the cat's back with a complicated gaze and called out in a low voice. The cat did not turn back. It was still looking at Fang Ping, as if it was begging, but it did not know how to beg. Fang Ping was furious. He suddenly turned back, holding the chaos-vanquishing saber, and slashed at the heavenly hound. Woof, woof, woof. Whoa, cat, save me, boom. Fang Ping was crazy. At this moment, Fang Ping was extremely violent. He did not know who to vent his anger on. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, Fang Ping gave up on the Changdao. He clenched his fists, and the black gloves turned into boxing gloves. Fang Ping's outburst was even stronger, punching out again and again. The heavenly hound was hit until it howled. Spit it out. Fang Ping was furious. At this moment, the heavenly hound did not hesitate. More importantly, it did not have time to spit it out. It was not until Fang Ping's head was about to explode that it found an opportunity to spit out Fang Ping's avatar, an old manly, running toward the cat with its tail between its legs. The heavenly hound was miserable. Its body was full of holes, and part of its tail was broken by Fang Ping. Fang Ping looked coldly at the cat, then at Tian Chen behind it. He sneered, "You think I won't kill you just because the cat is here? Tian Chen, do you really think you can escape death?" After saying that, Fang Ping looked at the cat and said in a low voice, "You can save him once, but you won't be able to save him a second time. Unless you join forces with him to fight me, otherwise, I will kill him." Meow. The cat hesitated. It was at a loss, a little lost. Why? Why? The cat asked timidly. It didn't know why they were fighting. Weren't they all together? They were all together. The swindler said he would kill the cat guardian captain, so he would not give up. He would definitely kill him. The swindler had even used his real body. He said he wanted to kill the emperor, but now, in order to kill the cat guardian captain, he had used his real body. Behind him, Tian Chen's gaze was complicated. He glanced at the cat, then at Fang Ping. Suddenly, he pulled the cat aside, looked at Fong Ping and chuckled. I don't need it to save me. Fong Ping, you are strong. But even if you kill me, you will still fail. Hum. The saber hummed. Fong Ping attacked. Since you have a death wish, I will not spare you. Meow. The cat meowed again. Rumble. The void shook and Tianqin flew backward. Fong Ping's Chongdao trembled. His mentality shook for a while, and the Chongdao slashed in a different direction. Fong Ping looked at the cat. At this moment, the cat seemed a little angry and annoyed. The kitten on its head bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its mentality shook both of them, sending Tianqin flying and Fong Ping's saber away. Tianqin's eyes were filled with shock. On the other side, the heavenly hound was also stunned. In the void, Sherpa and Luan were stiff, dumbstruck. They could guarantee that Fong Ping did not hold back. He wanted to kill Tianqin. However, the cat's mentality erupted, shaking the void, sending Tianqin flying and deflecting Fong Ping's saber. What kind of strength was this? Only Fong Ping was not surprised. He gritted his teeth and said, You want to stop me? Swindler! The cat was full of grievances. Why did you kill the cat-protecting captain? He wanted to kill Old Wang Ironhead and the others. Tell me, should I kill him? Fong Ping was also a little annoyed. If the cat really protected Tianqin, he would not have the chance to kill him. The cat was stronger than him. Fong Ping knew that it was an extreme outburst of more than 50 million calories. However, he did not want to let Tianqin go. He was a huge threat. Moreover, his strength was exposed in front of Tianqin and the others today. If he did not kill Tianqin today, Tianqin would be on guard in the future. Would he still have the chance? The cat was confused. It turned to look at the shocked Tianqin and said pitifully, Why did you kill Big Blackface and the others? Tianqin opened his mouth, but he did not know where to start. After a long time, he suddenly said softly, You achieved Dao. What? The ash cat was annoyed and annoyed. Suddenly, its claws enlarged and grabbed the heavenly hound. It rubbed the heavenly hound's head with its claws, causing sparks to fly. Why do you want to kill me? You haven't said anything yet. What are you doing? The cat felt wronged. Why did you kill them? The liar will not let you go. In its claws, the heavenly hound struggled. Its head struggled hard, trying to break free from the cat's claws. However, the cat was very annoyed. Very, very annoyed. The more the heavenly hound struggled, the harder it rubbed. The sizzling sound continued, and sparks continued to fly. The heavenly hound's eyes were dull, a little desperate. Why? Why was this stupid cat so strong? It was impossible. In a daze, the cat pulled its ear with all its might, as if it was pulling a noodle. The cat pulled it longer and longer and said angrily, You can't beat a liar. You'll die. Tell me, why did you have to kill them? Can I not kill them? Tianqin wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he sighed and said in a low voice, This is my mission. As long as I am alive, I will not give up. Bang, bang, bang. The cat hit the heavenly hound's head hard, venting its grievances and dissatisfaction. The heavenly hound was dizzy, feeling like its head was going to explode. Why? Is it the celestial emperor? But you could have rejected him. That old man Zhen in the human world has a master too. He is also very, very powerful, but he did not fall out with the liar. Why don't you pretend to kill Big Blackface and the others? The cat suggested, feeling wronged. Okay, let's not fight anymore, okay? Tianqin was silent. Fong Ping sneered and said coldly, Cat, this guy will not give up. If I don't kill him today, there will be endless trouble in the future. I can't always be on guard against him. The only way to prevent chaos among humans is to kill them all. A powerhouse at the peak of Broken 8 was seriously injured by him. He would recover in no time. How could Fong Ping let him leave? Today, even if the cat stopped him, Fong Ping would still kill him, unless the cat went all out. If that happened, Fong Ping would not be able to kill Tianqin and could only let him leave. Seeing Tian Chen's silence, the cat was a little depressed and angry. It continued to hit the heavenly hound. The heavenly hound could not even scream now. The cat's claws were pinching its mouth tightly. Obviously, it did not want its cries to be annoying. The cat looked at Fang Ping, then at Tian Chen. Fang Ping's face was cold. Tian Chen was silent. After watching for a while, the cat suddenly said, "Cat Protector Captain, do you really have to kill them?" "That's right." Tian Chen gave an affirmative answer. The cat became more and more depressed. Then it flung the heavenly hound away and said angrily, "I only know how to annoy cats. So annoying, so annoying." As it said that, it turned to look at Fang Ping and said pitifully, "Can I not kill him?" "No way." "Then, if he can't kill Big Blackface and the rest, won't it be fine?" Fang Ping frowned and looked at the cat. The cat did not speak. Suddenly, it clawed at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not dodge or defend. He just looked at the cat. The next moment, something was snatched away by the cat. The cat grabbed a small palace and looked at Tianqin. It said pitifully, "What are you doing? Why do you have to kill people? Go in." Tianqin frowned. "Go in." The cat muttered, "Change your Tao. Change to a pinnacle Tao, okay? This way, you'll become weak and can't kill them. The liar won't kill you." Yes, this was the cat's idea. The origin realm. It grabbed the origin realm. In the origin realm, there were a few pinnacle Tao. However, Fang Ping had no use for them now, so he kept them in the origin realm. Tianqin also knew the origin realm. At this moment, his expression changed. Seeing that he did not speak, the cat suddenly whined, "If you don't change, you'll definitely be beaten to death. If you die, the big dog and I will both be sad. Cat Protector Captain, you have to change. This cat will help you change." Having said that, it grabbed Tianqin. Tianqin wanted to break free, but he was heavily injured. How could he break free? In the next moment, the cat directly pulled Tianqin into the reciprocity realm while he himself entered the reciprocity realm. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and said nothing. In order to make Fang Ping not kill Tianqin, the cat's intelligence was off the charts. It directly forced Tianqin into the origin realm to change his Tao. At this moment, Fang Ping did not know what to say. On the other side, Sherpa and the others were also extremely stunned. All of them were silent. They did not know what to say at all. Today, was it a dream? Tianqin and the heavenly hound, both of them had broken 8. Why did it feel like they were children? One punch for one, they were beaten by Fang Ping and the cat until they could not fight back. They were powerhouses at the peak of broken 8. The heavenly hound was also a powerhouse who had broken 2 gates. Broken 9, both of them were in a daze. Why were there powerhouses who had broken 9 everywhere? Chapter 1400. Sherpa and Luan were dazed, but Fang Ping was not. Fang Ping had been staring at the origin realm, his expression changing constantly. According to his thinking, naturally it was to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Tianqin was most likely Celestial Emperor's pawn. He insisted on killing the 3 emperors' reincarnations. No, Tianqin did not say kill. He only said to break their Tao. However, in Fang Ping's opinion, it was all the same. Why did he break the Tao of the 3 emperors? Moreover, Tianqin was an elite at the pinnacle of breaking 8. Even if he had changed his Tao to the pinnacle, it did not mean that he only had the strength of the pinnacle. If he changed his Tao, he would not die. Therefore, the strength of his physical body was still the same. It was just that the increase in his origin source was lesser. At breaking 8, everything was returning to 1. The amplification of the origin was actually weakening and strengthening oneself. However, this weakening only hid the increase of the origin source. In reality, it was still increasing. Even if the Great Path was stripped away, Tianqin's physical strength was still at least 5 million calories of vitality. With the addition of the Absolute Void Path, Tianqin should be able to break a little. But no matter what, there should be a 50% increase, right? At the very least, Tianqin would have the strength of a breaking 6-peak martial artist. Even breaking 7. This was not what Fang Ping had expected. Even if Tianqin had broken through to the peak of the 6th rank, it would not be difficult for him, a veteran who had broken through to the 8th rank, to break through to the 7th rank. Old Cat felt that as long as Tianqin did not break 8, it would be fine. However, Fang Ping was still worried. An expert with broken 7. How many humans were there in the human race? Yes, he was not much of a threat to Old Wang, Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, and even Tai Tu. But what about the others? Would Tianqin make a move against the others? Fang Ping did not know. Tianqin seemed like a straightforward person. Even if Fang Ping gave him a chance, he would not give it up. Who knew what he was thinking now? How could he be willing to be stripped of his great Tao? Even if the cat was trying to save him, was he really willing to accept it? A ferocious glint flickered in Fang Ping's eyes. The old cat was not there, but the heavenly hound was. It had seen it. With one look, Tengu knew that Fang Ping still wanted to kill Tianqin. Fang Ping, the heavenly hound, was a little angry and growled in a low voice. Tianqin didn't leave, which means he didn't do it willingly. What else do you want? Now, the dumb cat has cut off his path. Do you know how cruel it is for us to cut off his path after cultivating for tens of thousands of years? The cat feeder followed the dumb cat in. Do you really think he's afraid of death? It's not like he's afraid of you. Heavenly Hound was furious. Do you think Tianqin is afraid of death? Was he afraid of Fang Ping? At their level, would they really be so greedy for life and afraid of death? Everyone had their own goals. Emperor Realm. Now, Fang Ping had cut off Tianqin's hope of becoming an emperor. He would rather die than live. Do you think Tianqin would be happy that he had escaped death? No way. The Heavenly Hound's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Fang Ping furiously. The reason why Tianqin was willing to enter the reciprocity realm with the cat was probably because of the cat. The cat did not want him to die. Fang Ping actually still had the intention to kill at this moment. The Heavenly Hound was extremely furious. Fang Ping looked at the Heavenly Hound and said coldly, "So what?" This was Fang Ping's personality. If he made an enemy out of me, I would definitely kill him. Today it's him. Tomorrow it might be you. I am a devil, a devil, a devil who kills people to become a devil. I am a demon. Whenever he encountered an enemy, he would kill them all. From Tianqin's point of view, Fang Ping did not blame the Heavenly Hound, but he would not allow the Heavenly Hound to complain and be resentful. My words are clear. No matter who makes an enemy out of me, I will kill them. The Heavenly Hound glared at him and said angrily, "If one day the stupid cat wants to kill you, what will you do?" Fang Ping said coldly, "Kill it." "You," the Heavenly Hound said furiously. "It saved you before. It saved you many times. If it wasn't for the stupid cat, do you think I would have let you go that day when you were in the divine sect? If it wasn't for the stupid cat, do you think Kuan Pang would have helped you kill the Sky Chief that day? Now that you're strong and have broken through 9 levels. Do you think it's all because of you?" The Heavenly Hound said angrily, "Without the stupid cat, you're nothing. You would have died a long time ago." Fang Ping looked at it and said calmly, "If the cat wanted to kill you, would you let it kill you?" "It won't kill me." "Then it won't kill me." Fang Ping said lightly, "If it wants to kill me, then it's no longer a cat. I will kill it. Why can't I?" "You." The Heavenly Hound could not argue with Fang Ping. Besides, it was not interested in arguing with Fang Ping. It only said angrily, "The cat fed the stupid cat for tens of thousands of years, fought the fire god for it, and died in battle in Chu mainland. I was the one who told you about what happened today. If the cat fed wanted to, it would have killed them long ago. Do you think it had no chance? Now it's broken, and you still want to kill it. Fang Ping, you're more of a demon than a demon." Fang Ping did not say anything, nor did he refute. Demon? Maybe. Ignoring it, Fang Ping's clones became one. Fang Ping's aura slipped, and he glanced at the divine nation of chaos people behind Sherpa and Luan. Fang Ping said lightly, Sherpa, Luan, keep an eye on these people. They're not allowed to leave your side for a while. Luan wanted to refute, but when he thought of Fang Ping hiding his strength, he felt a little embarrassed. Was this guy planning to trick them? Now his strength was exposed, but the battle just now was extremely fast. Besides, this was the Forbidden Sea, which had the effect of hiding aura. The others might not have sensed much. Fang Ping was afraid that his people would leak the secret. When he thought of the possibility of killing an emperor, Luan dared not talk nonsense anymore. He said awkwardly, Don't worry, they're my brothers. They're very reliable. If you're not exposed, they won't leave. As he said that, he said helplessly, How long will it take for you to be exposed? How long? Fang Ping did not know. He thought he had to keep a low profile, but he had just arrived at the Forbidden Sea, and he was already exposed. Sherpa asked him how long it would take, but how would he know? He did not know that the injured old man said faintly as he healed, What's the hurry? It'll be a month at most, maybe tomorrow. Can't you guys wait for a month? Fang Ping glared at him. Who said that? Bullsh *T. Old man Li was too lazy to say anything else. Luan and Sherpa looked at each other and nodded quickly, with a matter-of-fact expression. Yes, it would not take too long indeed. Fang Ping, this guy, when did he ever stop? It was fine in the human world, but since he was out this time, they did not believe that Fang Ping could hold it in. A month at most. To them, a month or so was still acceptable. When that time came, Fang Ping had broken 9, and the whole 3 realms would know. Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything. Tengu was still staring at him. Fang Ping sneered. What's the use of looking at me? Can you stop me? Tengu was speechless. Could it stop him? Of course not. Tengu was a little sad now. It could not beat Fang Ping. Forget it. Dogs would not argue with people. But why was the stupid cat stronger than it? It was not convinced. Sleeping and eating for 30,000 years. How could it be stronger than it? There was no justice in this world. The more Tengu thought about it, the sadder it became. At this moment, it was a little dazed. Silence fell all around. At this moment, no one was in the mood to talk. Everyone looked at Fang Ping, then at the floating origin realm. Tianchen had not come out yet. No one knew what Tianchen was thinking, but Sherpa and the rest felt a little sad. Indeed, a little. A powerhouse at the peak of Breaking 8 was nothing more than this today. He was forced to break his own Tao, and his path to becoming an emperor was severed. Yes, he could still walk if he changed paths. But if he changed to the ultimate nothingness path, and it was an outsider's path, could he really walk on it? Besides, would Fang Ping let Tianchen go? It was hard to say. Today, Cat tried to mediate. Fang Ping did not kill Tianchen. But after today, where would Tianchen go? No one was in the mood to talk, waiting silently. After an unknown period of time, the void trembled. Cat and Tianchen walked out of the origin realm. At this moment, because of his serious injuries, Tianchen's flesh had just recovered. His face was a little pale, but he was extremely calm. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Cat seemed to be a little depressed and gloomy. He looked at Fang Ping, shielding Tianchen behind him, and said pitifully he changed his Tao. Cat protected Tianchen. He knew Fang Ping's personality. Kill him all. This was Fang Ping. Tianchen's combat strength was greatly reduced after losing his Tao of Breaking 8. Now, Fang Ping could kill him easily. Cat could not guarantee that Fang Ping did not attack earlier because he wanted to let Tianchen change his Tao before killing him. That was why Cat had to stop him, because it was the idea that could save the cat captain's life. Fang Ping did not speak. Old man Li stopped healing. At this moment, he opened his eyes and walked over in the air. He said, even if Tianchen changed his Tao, he was a peak powerhouse at the peak of Breaking 8. Right now, he still has the strength to break 6 or even 7. Old man Li did not give Fang Ping a chance to speak. Cat had broken 9. Should Fang Ping kill Tianchen or not? Wouldn't the cat be dissatisfied if he killed them? For the sake of Tianchen, he had offended Fang Ping's good friend, Song Mao. Song Mao was not the only one. Tengu and the rest were all on good terms with Song Mao. Fang Ping would not be satisfied if he did not kill them. If that was the case, Old Man Li would not give Fang Ping a chance to speak. He would be the villain. Even if they had a falling out, Fang Ping and the cat still had room to maneuver. As expected, as soon as he said that, the cat was a little unhappy. The Heavenly Hound was also glaring fiercely at Old Man Li. Old Man Li did not mind at all. He continued, he wants to kill the 3 emperors' reincarnations. He's determined. Even if he doesn't do it now, it doesn't mean he won't do it in the future. When the time came, he would die. If you don't want him to die, Old Man Li looked at the cat and said slowly, he must be controlled by the humans. Senior Tianchen's injuries are quite serious this time. Why don't you go to the Hall of Myriad Origins to recuperate? You should know that the Hall of Myriad Origins is a divine artifact, a place for cultivation. The seeds that Fang Ping obtained previously were also taken from the Hall of Myriad Origins. The vitality there was extremely rich, and it was good for healing. Senior's recuperation there will help with the recovery of your injuries. To put it nicely, he wanted to imprison Tianchen in the Hall of Myriad Origins. The current Tianchen could not break a divine artifact. Moreover, there were 2 top-notch powerhouses, the Suppressing Heavenly King and the Weapon God Envoy, in Suppressing Star City. Even if Tianchen wanted to do something, he could not do it. Imprison Tianchen. If Fang Ping wanted to imprison Tianchen, the cat might not be happy. Old Man Li said it on his behalf. If the cat wanted to hate someone, then hate me. Tianchen said nothing. The Heavenly Hound said angrily, you want to imprison him? It had also been imprisoned in the Earth King Hall for many years. It knew how it felt. The Heavenly Hound did not agree. Tianchen had broken his own Tao. In the Heavenly Hound's eyes, it was already humiliating enough. Now that he was being imprisoned by the humans, it was better to just kill Tianchen. For powerhouses like them, death would be better than this. Old Man Li said in a low voice, it's to recuperate. Senior Tianchen has many enemies. Chu Wu also wants to kill Senior. Does Senior Heavenly Hound want to protect Senior Tianchen? Since he can't protect him forever, it's very easy for him to be discovered and killed. When we go to the Hall of Myriad Origins, the Suppressing Heavenly King and the Weapon God Envoy will be there. My 3 old friends, we can still chat more. Bastard! The Heavenly Hound was furious. Did he really think it was stupid? Fang Ping, don't go too far. The Heavenly Hound was furious. It turned around to look at the cat and said angrily, you're also a breakthrough 9. Are you afraid of him? If they were to fight, they were not afraid of Fang Ping. Fang Ping handed it over to the cat. Fang Ping's avatar, Old Man Li, and Iron Head were not its match. The cat looked depressed, a little conflicted. Liar! The cat looked at Fang Ping. It had not thought of imprisoning Tianchen before. It only thought that if Tianchen could not kill the 3 of them, the liar would let Tianchen go. But now Fang Ping smiled. Big cat, in terms of strength, I'm not as good as you. Why do you need to beg me? You can take him away. I won't say anything, and I won't stop you. The cat looked at him pitifully. Fang Ping sighed. Suddenly he laughed. He looked at Tianchen and said lightly, forget it. I have many enemies. Iron Head and the rest have many enemies too. There's no shortage of martial artists with broken 8 paths. If you really want to continue killing them, then let them bear the consequences themselves. If you can kill them, then you're good. They're useless. If they die, so be it. If you get killed instead, then you deserve it. Old Man Li glanced at Fang Ping. Fang Ping raised his hand and did not speak. He had thought it through. The current Tianchen had broken 7 paths at most. Old Yao was also a Heavenly King martial artist now. If he really encountered him, he might not be killed. It was not impossible for him to kill him instead. He had a lot of enemies, and there were a bunch of them with broken 8. If that was the case, there was no need to turn against him now. If he turned against him, it would not be Tianqin who would turn against him. The cat, the heavenly hound, and even Sherpa and Lon might feel that he was ruthless. When the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. It might alienate the human race. Tianqin looked at him, then at the cat. Suddenly he laughed. No one knew if it was a self-deprecating laugh or something else. Tianqin was also a powerhouse, a top-notch powerhouse. In the past, he had even killed a beginner martial powerhouse. In that era, only the emperor had done it. Today, perhaps he should indeed laugh at himself. He was saved by the cat. His Tao was broken, and he was lucky to escape. The cat might have wanted to save his life, but did Tianqin really care about this life? "I've lost," Tianqin murmured. He lifted his head to look at Fang Ping, then at the cat. He said bitterly, "Losing means death." Fang Ping frowned. The cat was also a little uneasy. He comforted, "The liar is too powerful." "Don't self-destruct," Tianqin laughed and said softly, "If I really wanted to self-destruct, I would have done it just now. This life of mine was saved by you." He looked at the cat, his gaze becoming more and more complicated. He said softly, "The Tianqin of the past has already died once." "No, twice." "Maybe. I've already returned it." He said something that no one understood. It was a little painful, but also a little liberated. He looked at the cat and said bitterly, "This life of mine, you saved it now, so it's yours. If you don't let me die, then I won't die." The cat looked at him blankly. It suddenly felt a little sad. It did not know if it was right to ask the cat captain to change the Tao just now. Tianqin looked at Fang Ping again and said in a low voice, "Don't ask me any more. I won't say anything. I can go to the Hall of Myriad Origins, but don't bring the cat around the 3 realms any more." Fang Ping frowned. "It has broken through 9. Tianqin looked at the cat, his gaze becoming more and more complicated. "The cat that has broken through 9 may soon become the real emperor. I can't die. You better not die either." "Tengu doesn't die either." Fang Ping was shocked. Tianqin chose not to die. Was he really afraid of death? Tianqin was so determined before. Even if he was no match for Fang Ping, he was not willing to escape. However, ever since the cat revealed its ability to break through 9, Tianqin suddenly gave up. The cat wanted him to change the Tao, so he did. For powerhouses, this was worse than death. But he still did it. Old Man Li said to imprison him. Fang Ping said to let him go, but he did not choose to leave. Tianqin murmured, "My strength has dropped. If I meet my old enemy, maybe I will die in this ocean. Go to the human world. Zhen and Zhao are both powerhouses. Unless the 3 realms are destroyed, otherwise, I won't die." Tianqin laughed at himself and said quickly, "Fang Ping, don't die too early. Live well. There will always be a chance, right? If you die, everyone will die. Maybe there really won't be a chance." At this moment, Fang Ping thought of the cat and the black swamp in the cat's source world. He knew Tianqin. He knew some things. He could not die. Fang Ping could not die. Tengu could not die. The next moment, Tianqin said, "The Spirit Emperor has taken care of the cat for many years. For the sake of the cat, don't kill the Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor has a hard life. If she is really in danger, injure her, imprison her. Don't kill her." Fang Ping had completely understood what he meant. He did not want to die because he did not want the cat to despair and be sad. Would the cat be sad? It would. When he died in battle years ago, the cat was very sad. It even forgot some memories about him. After he recovered, the cat only remembered these things. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He looked at him deeply and said nothing. Tianqin sighed again. "It's best to reveal your breakthrough 9 strength later. It's too early, too fast. They won't give you time to grow. You even brought the cat along." Tianqin was bitter. The cat had broken 9 too. Didn't the cat not cultivate? Why was it so fast? Was a cat with broken 9 and a powerful cat a good thing? That might not be the case. Tianqin said no more. Looking at the confused cat, he suddenly took a step forward and rubbed the cat's head. He said bitterly, "Cats don't fight." "Didn't you say that yourself?" "In the future, don't fight. Cats eat, drink, and sleep. Eat, drink, and sleep well. That's what a cat is, understand? Previously, when you forged your jade bones, I knew that your strength had exceeded my expectations. I thought that if you didn't cultivate, you would at most have broken 8 strength. But who would have thought, Sai?" The cat looked at him, confused, but seemed to understand. Tianqin said no more. He rubbed the cat's head gently and looked at the heavenly hound. "Take care of the cat. You useless thing, if you weren't so weak, you wouldn't have been killed in the heavenly cemetery. You wouldn't have let it wander around." Tianqin was suddenly annoyed and angry. "If you weren't delayed for thousands of years, you might have broken 9 when you came out of seclusion. If you weren't useless, it wouldn't need to seek survival, become stronger, and protect itself. You useless thing." The heavenly hound drooped its head. It was no longer as domineering as before. It seemed a little depressed. "Take care of it," Tianqin said again. The heavenly hound nodded and said nothing. Tianqin exhaled and looked at Fangping. "Don't let the cat fight anymore. It's just a cat, isn't it? Fangping, since you're confident that you can defeat the 9 emperors, then go by yourself. Tell me, I survived because of the cat. Are you better than me?" Fangping frowned but said nothing. He knew what Tianqin was worried about. After a long time, Fangping asked in a low voice, "Is it dangerous?" "Very." Tianqin's tone was cold. He looked at Fangping and quickly regained his composure. "I'll go to the human world myself. If you're worried, you can come with me. You must have a purpose for coming out of the human world this time. But I still have to say, solve your own problems." Fangping said in a low voice, "I have the power to break 9. Of course, I can solve it." "I hope so." Tianqin did not care about that. He looked at the heavenly hound. "You go with him. Remember, if there's danger, you protect the cat." He was worried about Fangping. Whether Fangping was using the cat, only Fangping knew. He wanted the heavenly hound to follow them. The heavenly hound glanced at Fangping and nodded. "Break 3 gates as soon as possible." Tianqin reminded the heavenly hound again. "Your vitality gate and life gate have been broken. You can look for the gate of spiritual consciousness." Fangping did not hear what he said after that. Tianqin was transmitting his voice. Fangping did not eavesdrop. He frowned slightly and glanced at the heavenly hound and Tianqin. Tianqin seemed to be asking the heavenly hound to find someone who could help him break the gate of spiritual consciousness. Who? Fangping did not know, but he would find out sooner or later. After saying that, Tianqin looked at Fangping again and said lightly, "Are you going to escort me to the human world?" Fangping snorted softly. He did not let his guard down and crushed a piece of jade. After waiting for a while, the void was torn apart. The heavenly king Garrison appeared and scolded. "There's no strong enemy. Why did you crush it? Do you really think I have nothing better to do?" Crushing it for no reason. The voice stopped abruptly. The heavenly king Garrison looked at Fangping strangely, then suddenly looked at Tianqin a little confused. What was going on? Why did it feel like Tianqin's strength had declined a lot? Fangping, this kid, why did he look like he was in a fog too? What was going on? Fangping did not waste time and said directly, "Send Senior Tianqin to the Myriad Origins Hall to recuperate. There's a problem with the senior's Tao, and he can't leave the Myriad Origins Hall. Godfather, take good care of him, lest he goes out and collapses his body." The heavenly king Garrison was not stupid. He understood what Fangping meant immediately. Imprisoning Tianqin. The heavenly king Garrison's eyes flickered slightly. Fangping had actually suppressed Tianqin. Even if they were both at peak break 8, He did not think that Fang Ping could easily suppress Tianqin. Now, however, Fang Ping did not seem to be injured at all, while Tianqin's injuries were extremely serious. His qi was unstable. At Tianqin's level, he could not even ensure that his qi was stable. His injuries were indeed not light. Who did it? Of course it was Fang Ping. Moreover, the heavenly hound beside him was also injured. Other than Fang Ping, probably no one else would do this. The heavenly hound and Tianqin had joined forces and were suppressed by Fang Ping. The heavenly king garrison squinted at Fang Ping. Before this, Fang Ping had easily sensed his pursuit with the boy servant. Before this, he had been thinking about the cat. Now he was thinking about Fang Ping. This kid, he had broken 9 without saying a word. He hit it really well. Fang Ping did not bat an eyelid, letting him look. You can look all you want, I won't say anything. The heavenly king garrison laughed and did not ask. He looked at Tianqin and said with a smile, All right, we're old friends. There are fewer and fewer old friends in the 3 realms. Tianqin, why don't we go to Star Town and have a chat? Tianqin did not say anything, nodding slightly. The heavenly king garrison tore the void and was about to leave with him when Tianqin suddenly stopped and looked at Fang Ping. He sighed and said slowly, Don't bring the cat into the source carelessly. The source is more complicated and dangerous than you think. The passageway connecting the 3 emperors is the only safe passageway between the source and the outside world. This is the passageway opened by the 3 emperors themselves, not a fixed passageway. The 3 gates are fixed passageways. The 9 emperors have all gone through the 3 gates to prove their Tao. Going through the 3 gates is not absolutely safe. Don't open the passageway easily. If you're discovered, you'll have 1 less chance to escape. Even if you know where the 3 passageways are, don't tell anyone. Tianqin was a little dispirited. He waved his hand and did not say anything else. He did not look at the cat and the others anymore. He stepped into the void passageway and left with the heavenly king garrison. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. He was still thinking about something when the heavenly king garrison's voice rang in his ear. The source might be a cage. The passageway opened by the 3 emperors might be a safe passageway, just as he said. Kid, don't open it easily. Don't let anyone find out. I had some guesses before, but I wasn't sure. Now I understand a little. Be careful. Also, those 3 fellows, tell them to keep a low profile so they don't get killed. The emperors might have guessed it too and might capture them. Is Tianqin going to make a move on the 3 of them? If he is, then it might be to cut off this passageway and turn the source into a real cage. Kid, take it easy. The heavenly king garrison did not know these things before. At this moment, he suddenly came to a realization. Tianqin was the heavenly emperor's disciple. He might know more than him. As a result, he thought more. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. He suddenly transmitted his voice and scolded. I might have been fooled. When the divine emperor and the others left the 3 gates that day, they might have deliberately created an opportunity for me. I've already broken through 2 gates and pierced the great Tao into the source. If it weren't for Zhan's last attack, I might have been trapped in the source. I thought it was for the Tao tree. Damn, now that I think about it, it's extremely likely that it was to lure me in. The Tao tree has broken through 9 gates. Those guys might not have known. As for me, F***CK, I must have been tricked. At this moment, the heavenly king garrison lost his composure. He might have been tricked. He had been tricked all day long. Today he had been pecked blind. The opportunity that day was not an opportunity. It was clearly a trap. Those guys knew that he was cautious and did not dare to break through the gates and enter the source when they were around. But at that time the divine emperor and the others had come for the Tao tree. His opportunity had come. Naturally, the heavenly king garrison would not give it up. Sighing in his heart, the heavenly king garrison was a little annoyed. He transmitted his voice and scolded for a while before leaving instantly. He had been tricked. If it weren't for Tianqin's words just now, he would not have realized that he had been tricked. Sure enough, there were many old schemers. He was not the most sinister one. P.S. 14,000 for 2 updates. Please slow down a little. Chapter 1401. Heavenly King Garrison left with Tian Chen. Fang Ping was still thinking about what they had just said. Tian Chen's last words had already explained a lot. The path opened by the 3 emperors was a safe passage. Fang Ping knew this in his heart. Last time, he was almost trapped to death in the source. It was through Old Wang's path that he left the source. Why did Tian Chen want to cut off the 3 emperors' paths? Was it to cut off the source's safe passage, or was it something else? Source, Celestial Emperor. Fang Ping murmured, vaguely having an idea. Source, Celestial Emperor's source world. Yes, the source was Celestial Emperor's source world. Although the source had existed for a long time, it was discovered by Celestial Emperor. Later, he self-destructed the stars and formed the source. He thought of himself and the hole in his brain. Fang Ping's gaze was uncertain. Celestial Emperor wanted to seal the source world? This idea popped up abruptly. Fang Ping's gaze flickered. Sealing the source world should make him stronger. However, there was a hole in the source world. What should he do? The 9 emperors had to mend the hole inside. The path opened by the 3 emperors outside also needed to be cut off. Was Celestial Emperor really suppressed in the source? Or was he doing something else? For example, preparing to bury the 9 emperors completely. Fang Ping chuckled. Who cared? If Celestial Emperor wanted to kill the 9 emperors, then it would be best. He could kill Celestial Emperor. Wasn't killing 1 easier than killing 10? Tian Chen's hidden danger was temporarily resolved. However, Fang Ping looked at the Heavenly Hound and the cat. At this moment, the Heavenly Hound was still unconvinced. Fang Ping glanced at it and grinned. Heavenly Hound, are you upset? Angry? He did not care about the Heavenly Hound's attitude. He and the Heavenly Hound were not very close. Tian Chen was its best friend. This fellow had not fallen out with him, yet because of the cat. The Heavenly Hound was not afraid of him. It snorted and did not reply. Do you want to hit me? The Heavenly Hound bared its teeth. It was a little angry. Could it beat it? If it could, it would have done so long ago. Although the Heavenly Hound had a bad temper and was overbearing, it was a good thing. If it could beat it, it would fight. If it could not, it would admit defeat. Otherwise, he would have been killed in the Heaven Realm many years ago. Fang Ping provoked it, but the Heavenly Hound ignored him. It would not fall for his tricks. Otherwise, Fang Ping might eat dog meat today. Fang Ping laughed and continued, If you can't beat me, then be a good boy and listen to me. Otherwise, don't even think about following me. Tian Chen asked you to follow Big Cat so that you can protect it. Unfortunately, you're too weak. With your strength, you'll only be a burden. Huff! Even the Heavenly Hound's nose was smoking. Burden? Since when was the Heavenly Hound called a burden by anyone? Damn it. Be sensible and don't cause trouble for me. If you don't cause trouble, I'll return you the corpse of an emperor. Causing trouble is equivalent to eating dog meat. Do you understand? The Heavenly Hound's eyes revealed an ominous glint as it bared its teeth. I'm not following you. I'm just following the cat. Fang Ping threatened it for a while, then ignored it. He looked at Sherpa and Lon over there, smiling. Both of you rebuild the divine kingdom of chaos. If anyone comes to ask what happened just now, before he could finish, Lon said impatiently, Who dares to ask? No matter who it is, what's there to ask? Do you really think we're pushovers? I'll kill whoever asks. What was Fang Ping thinking? Luan's tone was unkind. Who would dare to ask him what happened here? I was in a bad mood. So what if I casually destroyed the divine kingdom of chaos? Are you unhappy? You have to hold it in even if you're unhappy. I'll fight if I want to. Fang Ping laughed. That made sense. Looking around, Fang Ping sighed. I was planning to visit everyone. Now that the divine kingdom of chaos is gone, we'll leave first and continue to Chu mainland. Luan raised his brows. How long will it take for Chu mainland to be destroyed? Fong Ping looked at him and said disapprovingly, "What's wrong? Can I just ask? 3 days or 5 days? I don't know if there's a bargain. Oh, right, after we kill Fist God and Underworld God. How about giving me their bones? Those two fellows' bones are hard. They can definitely be forged into top-notch divine weapons." "Brother Luan, you misunderstood. I'm going there to discuss cooperation. There's no misunderstanding." Luan looked nonchalant. "You guys can go. I'll keep an eye on them these few days anyway. If there's a bargain, I'll go there." "Who would believe you? What did you plan to do when you came to my place?" "No way." In the end, Tianjin Avenue was cut off and the divine kingdom of chaos disappeared. How long had it been? Would anything good happen if you went to Chuo? He did not believe it at all. Fong Ping was too lazy to say anything else. Let them think what they wanted. His first goal was to cooperate. If it did not work out, then he would think about other things. Luan and Shi stayed behind. Fong Ping did not care about Broken Nine. They knew about it. They were both smart people. They would not speak carelessly. It would be great if they revealed it to the public. They would not have to distinguish between friend and foe anymore. They would be enemies. Based on their intelligence, they would not do such a thing. This time, there was one more person. No, one more dog. Tengu caught up with the team. The cat was happy again, as if the incident had completely passed. No one knew why the cat could always forget these unhappy things, as if nothing could make it unhappy. Fong Ping's real body disappeared once again. The old cat lay on the clone's shoulder for a while, then jumped onto the Heavenly Hound's head and stepped on it a few times. It was much more active now. The Heavenly Hound did not speak along the way, as if it was still angry. He chuckled and said, "Sky Dog, you and Chu Wu are arch enemies. If you go, aren't you afraid that they'll steal you?" "Woof!" The Heavenly Hound roared. It didn't want to say anything. "Heavenly Hound, are you male or female?" Big Cat said, "You don't differentiate between males and females. Is Jiao your descendant?" "Woof!" The Heavenly Hound was furious. It did not really want to talk to Fong Ping. This guy kept talking to it. How annoying. Fong Ping smiled happily and said, "Tengu, there's something I'm curious about. Why did you want to snatch the lollipop from the dragon-transformed daughter?" The Heavenly Hound's face suddenly darkened and roared, "Who stole her candy?" "Who would snatch the candy? Slander. Shame. Wasn't it?" Wang Ruobing said it herself. She was eating the candy, but you looked at her candy and drooled. How can this be fake? Nonsense. The Heavenly Hound could not stand this injustice and said angrily, "Will I snatch the candy? If I want to snatch, I'll snatch the treasure." I realized that she had something good on her. That's why I looked at it for a while. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. "What good thing will make you drool? What's it to you? So you're still snatching the candy. You're just looking for an excuse." "You," the Heavenly Hound said angrily, "don't think that I don't know you're goading me. But I'll say it again. What can you do? The dragon-transformed daughter has a treasure on her. I think if I eat her, I might be able to break through 8 in a day. My vitality force is terrifyingly rich. If it wasn't for this guy messing around." As he said that, he slapped a claw at Ironhead and said angrily, "If it wasn't for him, I would have broken through 8 a long time ago. Now, I'm at least a powerhouse who has broken through 9. Ironhead dodged into the air, his face darkening. "Just you wait, dog. I'll beat you into a dead dog sooner or later." Vitality force, Fong Ping knew, but this dog's nose was really sharp. It could even smell this. Fong Ping's goal was not this. He chuckled and said, "All these years, other than Wang Ruobing, who else did you want to eat?" The Heavenly Hound's nose was very sharp. Fong Ping had always wanted to find a few other fellows whose origins had also mutated, but he had not found them. He wanted to know if the Heavenly Hound had found such a person. The Heavenly Hound glanced at him, tilted its dog eyes, and sneered. "You want to know? Did you find something good on the dragon-transformed daughter? I'm not telling you. Say it or not. Fang Ping said casually, It won't be of much help to me anyway, but if I found it, maybe I can enter the source land to reap some benefits. The cat jumped onto its head, pulled the dog's ear, and asked, Big dog, tell me quickly. Who else is there? The heavenly hound's face darkened, looking a little unhappy. It said in a muffled voice, I'm not stupid. The dragon-transformed daughter has vitality force. The others should also have spiritual consciousness force, vitality force, and maybe energy force. If I find the possessors of these 4 forces and eat them, I might be able to achieve Emperor straight away. Fang Ping said lightly, You found them? Did you eat one? Otherwise, how did it break 8? The heavenly hound broke 8. It was said that it ate something and broke through the virtual gate. Did it really eat one? The heavenly hound said sullenly, I didn't eat it. You didn't eat it, so you found it? The heavenly hound was a little impatient and unhappy. After a while it said, I smelled it, but I couldn't eat it. Moon spirit has the smell of vitality. Hong Kuan has the smell of energy force. Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. Are you sure? Of course, the heavenly hound said impatiently. Otherwise, I would have eaten them long ago. Fang Ping exhaled. He did not expect this. It was not that he did not think about these people, but he felt that these people might be the pawns that the emperors needed to achieve Tao. In the end, they actually overlapped. The seeds of myriad Taos, the would-be emperors that replaced the emperors. These should be 2 plans. In the end, someone overlapped. That meant that Hong Kuan and Moon Spirit might not have been set up by 1 emperor. Maybe it was 2. Moon Spirit, Hong Kuan. Could it be Earthly Emperor and North Emperor? Fang Ping had thought that they were similar to Wang Ruobing. The seeds were all weaklings. Now it seemed that he was wrong. The powerhouses might be them too. Did you not smell the smell of mentality? No. The heavenly hound's tone was not very good. Do you think I would smell it for everyone? It would only smell those people if they were in frequent contact with them. It was not that it had nothing better to do. Why would it go around the 3 realms to smell? But for Fang Ping it was enough. 3 people, 3 seeds. The gathering point of life, Tao, might really be Moon Spirit, and the gathering point of energy, Tao, was Hong Kuan. Then, who was the gathering point of mentality Tao? Fang Ping rubbed his chin. As he flew, he said, These few might have stolen the control of some immortal source. The immortal source is the gathering point of all Tao, and these few are the gathering point of a single Tao. Someone stole the control of the immortal source, wanting to perfect themselves and replenish themselves. If that's the case, the mishap of the immortal source back then might have been caused by these few. Spirit Empress said there was a traitor. The traitor she was referring to should be someone who did not listen to Celestial Emperor's orders. Celestial Emperor probably wanted to use the immortal source to completely make up for the flaws of the origin. In the end, someone secretly stole the control of a part of the immortal source, wanting to perfect themselves, worried about Celestial Emperor. That was inevitable, and Celestial Emperor might not have good intentions. According to Fang Ping's previous speculation, Celestial Emperor might have really wanted to destroy the 9 emperors. In the end, some emperors found out, and these people deliberately sabotaged the immortal source plan, stealing some of the power and control of the immortal source and modified the seeds. If that was the case, things would add up. Fang Ping sneered. A dog biting a dog, a mouthful of hair. The heavenly hound's expression became more and more unpleasant. Who had a mouthful of hair? Who could bite a mouthful of hair? It's getting more and more interesting. If that's the case, the emperors back then, North Emperor and Earthly Emperor, might have guessed Celestial Emperor's secret, so they betrayed Celestial Emperor. Was Wang Ruobing a pawn of Emperor God? If these 3 betrayed Celestial Emperor, Fang Ping muttered to himself, Spirit Empress shouldn't have. This woman is wholeheartedly loyal to Celestial Emperor. He was not very interested in the life gate and the energy gate. In fact, Fong Ping was most interested in the mentality gate. Vitality was easy to increase. Vitality was easy to find, at least for Fong Ping. Mentality, on the other hand, was hard to increase. If he found the gathering place of mentality virtual gate, could he strengthen his mentality? The flaws of mentality were actually also the flaws of many powerhouses. Tianqin asked you to find someone. He said that he can help you break through 9. Your mentality is not strong. Who did he ask you to find? The heavenly hound ignored him. Why would he tell you? The other party might be a mentality path seed, Fong Ping murmured, and quickly said, Strange, Tianqin died a long time ago, and he only revived not long ago. He has been guarding the celestial cemetery. Logically speaking, he should not know these things. When he died, he did not even have the immortal source. It's not strange that he knows about the 3 emperors, but how does he know about other things? He also said that the path of slaying the 3 emperors was decided 10,000 years ago. But didn't that guy die 20,000 years ago? How long ago was the last time Tianqin died? Almost 20,000 years. After that, Spirit Emperor took care of the old cat for 10,000 years, and then the heavenly realm changed drastically. Who told Tianqin these things 10,000 years ago? Tianqin was only in a deep sleep. He did not completely die. 10,000 years ago, the immortal source appeared, the virtual gate appeared, the real gate appeared. 10,000 years ago. There were many changes, many big things happened. At that time, perhaps someone knew that Tianqin was not dead, so they told Tianqin? Was it Celestial Emperor or Spirit Emperor? Not many people knew that Tianqin was not dead, but it was said that when Tianqin died, there was a big commotion. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors were watching. If they knew that Tianqin was not dead, perhaps someone would make a move. In the end, Tianqin revived. This meant that someone must have secretly caused some big commotion that day. Of course, back then, there was no immortal source. Even if he died, there would not be a bloody rain phenomenon. It was easier to cover up. Spirit Emperor. Tianqin knew all this. It was probably Spirit Emperor who told him. Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly, muttering, Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor is a homebody. How could she know who the mentality path seed is? Unless she has seen it before. Did she see a lot of people? Cat, Sherpa, Lin Zi, Kai Dai, Immortal Inquiring Island Lord. These 5 should be the ones who had the most contact with Spirit Emperor. This mentality path seed was probably not created by Spirit Emperor, otherwise. She would not say that there were emperors who were traitors. She might have found something here. Lin Zi, Sherpa, Fong Ping rolled out cat. Could it be these 2? Beside him, Heavenly Hound bared its teeth, but did not speak. Sherpo's mentality is very strong. It fits, but if it was really him, you should have looked for Sherpa directly just now. If it wasn't Sherpa, could it be Lindsay? Fong Ping continued to speculate. Lindsay is Spirit Emperor's niece, Moon Spirit, and Hong Kuin have both become seeds. They are all descendants of emperors. The possibility of Lindsay is still very high. As for Immortal Inquiring Island Lord, she was a small fry back then. Who knows if she could have survived the war? The possibility of it being her is not high. The dragon transformation side, Wang Ruobing, also has a strong background. She most likely won't die because the dragon transformation is a descendant of the Beast Emperor, a disciple of the Emperor God. Fong Ping deduced again, to look for seeds, they might have to look for those who are confirmed, not to die. If they died, it might cause problems in the source world. Then the possibility of looking for descendants of emperors was very high, to confirm that they would not die, on Wang Ruobing's side. It seemed like she did not have a strong background, but in reality it was still very strong. This could be seen from the fact that the dragon transformation went around looking for treasures to extend her life. Dragon transformation could even beg the emperors. If that's the case, it's either Lin Zi or Kai Dai. Kai Dai was also considered Spirit Emperor's first disciple, if Lin Zi was not included. The other emperor's first disciples were all heavenly kings. Spirit Emperor's side did not. But no matter what, he was still the first disciple. Those emperors who schemed back, then probably knew that the possibility of killing the first disciple was not high. Lin Zi, Kai Dai, these two had the possibility of becoming spiritual forces seeds. No, Wang Ruobing, Hong Kuan, Moon Spirit all have one thing in common. They didn't die, they never died. Kai Dai resurrected once. This means that the probability of Lin Zi is higher. Lin Zi has always been alive. Fong Ping looked at Heavenly Hound suddenly. Heavenly Hound bared its teeth, glaring without saying a word. Fong Ping grinned. Tianchen asked you to look for Lin Zi, right? Humph. Fong Ping did not care, exhaling. Lin Zi, does she know that there's a problem with her own source world? She still doesn't know, because the other party might be plotting in secret, not as obvious as Wang Ruobing. Hong Kuan and Moon Spirit might not know in the beginning, right? Now, it's hard to say if they know or not. That Lin Zi might not have known about it. The modified source world might be similar to a normal person's source world. Fong Ping confirmed it was Lin Zi. Heavenly Hound could not help but ask, "You're sure it's her?" If the news was sent by Spirit Emperor, then it's most likely her. If it was sent to Tianchen by the Celestial Darch, then it's hard to be sure. Fong Ping said, smiling, "But will the Celestial Darch send the news?" "I don't think so. Spirit Emperor might have only discovered something at the last moment of the battle, and she also had the chance to tell Tianchen. Tianchen is in deep sleep at 8th heaven. Spirit Emperor is at 9th heaven, or after the battle. Spirit Emperor only discovered the abnormality and told Tianchen. This is also possible." The cat listened with a confused expression, knocking Heavenly Hound's head, asking curiously, "Big Dog, is it Little Z?" It and Heavenly Hound were still very familiar with Lin Zi. Could it really be Lin Zi? Heavenly Hound bared its teeth, saying after a while, "It's her." "Wow, liar, you're so amazing." The cat was full of admiration. He could even guess it? Fong Ping said humbly, "It's just SOO. Tianchen revealed a lot of information himself. Plus this dog is very stupid. I just casually swindled it." Heavenly Hound wanted to bite him to death. The cat asked hurriedly, "Will Little Z die?" Probably not. The Emperor who plotted in secret might just want to use their identity to hide these things. As for Wang Ruobing, maybe there was something wrong with that place, causing her to almost die. The Emperor probably doesn't want them to die. If someone really died, then it's fine, just find someone else. Then why not Dragon Morph? Why Wang Ruobing? At this moment, Ironhead was also curious. Wang Ruobing was just a child back then. Why look for Wang Ruobing? Since they could even plot against the Emperor's descendant, why hide the thing on Wang Ruobing? Wouldn't it be better to change it to the Emperor's descendant? Hongyu, celestial polarity, these people could all do. Fong Ping licked his lips, smiling. Who knows? Maybe something happened back then. An emperor urgently needed someone, but couldn't find the right person, or maybe he couldn't find the right person in time. So he found a baby and passed it to Dragon Morph. This was still a possibility, so Ironhead did not ask further. Old Manly asked, "If Lin Zi is the gathering point of mentality, can we break the mentality virtual gate through her?" It should be possible. Otherwise, Tianchen wouldn't have asked Heavenly Hound to look for her. Fong Ping laughed. If that's the case, the gathering point of vitality and mentality are both in the human world. These were also the two most suitable paths for the human race. Other than that, in terms of vitality, this time the seed projection had collapsed in the human world, the vitality was rich, and with the virtual sky world in hand, Fong Ping was not too concerned. If that was the case, he had a chance to help people break the virtual gate. 3 gates. That was to break 9. As for whether it would work, he could not be sure, but he could try. Old Manly frowned. Even if it's really at Lin Zi's, what do you think she'll agree to let you do? This was to pry into someone else's source world, or even barge in directly. Then their lives would be in the hands of the intruder. It had to be unguarded. Would Lin Zi agree? If she did not agree, could Fong Ping force her to agree? This was not Tianchen. Tian wanted to attack the human race, but Lindsay did not. Let's talk about it. Fong Ping laughed. Leave this to Big Cat. I think we can still talk about it. This is not a good thing. They're similar to surrogate children. They're not giving birth to their own children. They're giving birth to someone else's. Hong Kuin and Moon Spirit, if they know the situation, I think we can talk about it. Of course. These two are not very reliable. Maybe they know it's best not to talk about this with them, lest they scheme against us. Did these two really not know? That was hard to say. Moon Spirit was extremely low-key, so was Hong Kuin. Of course, before this, they were cultivating quietly. How could they not know the situation? If they did not know, Hong Kuin would break 8 very soon. So would Moon Spirit. Could they not feel the abnormality? Fong Ping realized that it was not without reason that these people cultivated quickly. In this way, Fong Ping discovered the 4 seeds that the emperor had secretly planted. Whether it was 4 seeds, Fong Ping was not sure. For example, Wang Ruobing, did she really gather all the vitality paths? Would there be someone like Wang Ruobing gathering the vitality paths Tao? Fong Ping did not care about these. Right now, knowing Moon Spirit and the others was enough. Mass production of Breakthrough 9. Fong Ping muttered in his heart. It was very difficult. Without the ability to break 6 and 7, breaking the door would only make them explode. But this was an opportunity to fight against the Emperor. Breakthrough 9 was not as good as the Emperor, and they might even be controlled, but if there were many people, could the Emperor still control them? It's getting more and more interesting. Fong Ping laughed. This time he had gained a lot. So much that he had almost forgotten Tian Chen's Tao in the origin realm. Peak Breakthrough 8's Tao. It might even be the real Tao. This person died before the immortal source was forged. After the immortal source was forged, almost all the martial artists in the 3 realms were forcibly brought into the immortal source. What about Tian Chen? Tian Chen was the only powerhouse who died before this and only revived later. Heavenly King Subduing and the others either lived until now or died after the immortal source was forged. Was Tian Chen's Tao the same as the others? Above the immortal source, was there Tian Chen's Tao? I should take a look. Maybe I can find a way to leave the immortal source. Fong Ping said no more. His real body began to enter the origin realm to check. Chapter 1402. Chu Wu Continent was a collective name. In the depths of the Forbidden Sea, there was more than one continent. Often, a heavenly king powerhouse represented an entire Chu Wu continent. However, with the return of Fist God and the rest, powerhouses from the catacombs had gathered, and a large number of powerhouses had gathered in the Chaos God Nation. Beginner powerhouses had also begun to gather, pushing for the unification of the continents, fusing them into a more complete and larger continent. During these days, the other factions were reorganizing, and so was the Chu Wu continent. In the center of a huge continent, a primitive and simple stone hall was erected in the middle of the hall. There was no floating in the air. Beginners did not have this habit. The huge hall stood on the ground. It wasn't gorgeous, nor was it bright. Only simplicity, only splendor. The incomparably huge stone hall was filled with the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, within the main hall, powerful beings were surrounding the main hall. In front of him, a few broken 8 cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the ground. The underworld god was also among them. However, the underworld god, who had always been the supreme leader of Chu Wu, had now given up his position to someone else. Fist God. The Fist God who ranked first after breaking 8. The Fist God had a ruddy complexion and looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was not tall and had a bald head and upper body. His lower body was wrapped in a leather skirt. At this moment, the Fist God asked impatiently, "Huan, what did you sense?" Their mental strength was not considered strong. In the sea of misery, their sensing range was not considered large. However, Huan was an expert in the path of mental energy, so he was able to sense more. Huan was a bit uncertain. He hesitated for a moment before saying there were experts fighting. They should be in the divine kingdom of chaos, but they stopped very quickly. There should be many broken 8 experts participating in the battle. That's where Tianchen and Tiango are gathered. Who would dare to invade the divine kingdom of chaos at this time? Huan was indeed a little strange. Who would dare to invade the divine kingdom of chaos at this time? Among the 4 cultivators who had broken through to the 8th level, 2 of them were ranked in the top 10. If they wanted to deal with the 4 of them, they would need at least 5 or 6 people. Chu Wu naturally didn't go. Would anyone from the heavenly court dare to go? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out by the humans? If it wasn't the heavenly court, then who could it be? Huan continued. There didn't seem to be many intruders. There might only be 1 or 2. The battle ended quickly, and I didn't sense any vibration from the source. No one should have died. When a saint-level expert died, the origin would tremble violently and would more or less sense it. It had not happened yet, which meant that no saint had died. They did not think much of anyone below the saint level, so they naturally did not care. Illusory was still in doubt when Heavenly Arm said indifferently, maybe it's chaos. They're fighting amongst themselves. It's very normal. Luan, Shipo, and Tengu are all abnormal. If they don't agree with each other, they'll start fighting. There's no need to be conflicted. Sky Arm really felt that there was no need to be conflicted. A few lunatics gathered together. One moment, they were drinking and eating meat, and the next moment they were fighting with knives. Was it hard to accept? It was very normal, okay? Every death was a scourge. Who cares? Huan frowned slightly. Beside him, Duan Ji, whose figure was similarly ethereal, smiled and said, Heavenly Arm, it shouldn't be them fighting each other. It should be outsiders. Outsiders? Heavenly Arm also frowned. Who would be so bored as to find trouble with these fellows at this time? Was he sick? As he spoke, a mirror appeared in the underworld deity's hand. A person appeared in the mirror and quickly said, My lord, the human demon king has entered the sea region. After a brief silence, the nether god smiled and said, Got it. Having said that, he looked at them and said, There's no need to guess. Maybe Fang Ping went to the divine nation of chaos to learn from each other. No one died. Fang Ping and the divine nation of chaos were on good terms. It was normal for them to learn from each other. As he spoke, the person in the mirror did not leave. He quickly said, My lord, the demon king has spread the word that he's coming to the land of beginner martial arts. The nether god frowned. Coming to the land of beginner martial arts. Before he finished speaking, the shirtless fist god suddenly shouted, How dare he? A martial artist on the origin path dares to come here. Kill him. The nether god was helpless. He had a headache. Many things had happened these few days. It was not that there were no martial artists on the origin path, but there were many of them. In the end, Fist God and the others returned and saw the scene. Fist God actually wanted to kill these people. Fortunately, he was stopped by a group of powerhouses. Otherwise, the beginner martial artists would be in big trouble. The progress of beginner martial artists was slow. The origin progressed relatively faster. In recent years, the origin had invaded beginner martial artists. In many continents, beginner martial artists only existed in name. The underworld god and the others could only watch. Everyone pursued martial arts. If you blindly suppress them, it would only make people resentful. Moreover, in order to study the origin, they did not prohibit beginner martial artists from cultivating the origin. Now that the origin lineage was strong in beginner martial artists, there were many heavenly kings. Could they really kill these people? Many of these people were disciples of the beginner martial gods. They were all inextricably linked. How could they easily kill them? Fist God, this fellow, had been suppressed all these years. Not only did he not stop, but he became more and more stubborn. Fist! The underworld god growled, interrupting him. He said with a headache, the humans are not to be trifled with. The neo-martial artists are even worse. You've seen the three realms ranking. Fang Ping is second to you, but that doesn't mean he's inferior to you. Previously, Po Jiu's Dao tree was killed by him. He Kuangjin is also in the human race. The human race is strong. Now, do you want to provoke a strong enemy for beginner martial artists and cause them to suffer a disaster? Fist God snorted coldly. Disaster? Even the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors can't kill beginner martial artists, let alone a young brat. Heavenly Arms said impatiently, "Stop it." After being suppressed for so many years, you're still like this. Do you think it's still 30,000 years ago? The glory of beginner martial artists is no more. Recognize reality. The human race is the strongest among the 4 sides now. Although there are not many Po Jiu on the human race's side, isn't there Po Jiu? Provoking the human race for no reason. Do they have a death wish? Fist God must be Jin's opponent. Fist God and the Underworld God might not be Zhen's match, even if they joined forces. Huan also advised, don't be in a hurry to attack. I'm afraid Fang Ping came to beginner martial this time to discuss the alliance. The sovereigns are our greatest enemies, Fist God sneered. Do you really think I'm stupid? Of course, I know what they mean. But think carefully. These people are also Origins. Origins and us are natural enemies. Today, they say that the sovereigns are their enemies. Tomorrow, they might be the sovereigns' lackeys. Why don't we strike first and kill the powerhouses of the 3 realms' Origins before fighting those people? I was unconvinced back then, and I'm still unconvinced now. At most, I'll die in battle. This time, they can forget about suppressing me. He was not stupid. He had guessed the human race's purpose in coming to beginner martial. But he did not want to cooperate. In his opinion, none of the sovereigns were good. They should all be killed. Just like Fang Ping, Fist God was also considering killing the sovereigns' lackeys first, then using all the beginner martial strength to fight the sovereigns. Otherwise, when chaos broke out, Fang Ping and the others might become their enemies. After Fist God finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a spear's vitality said lightly, Fist God is right. We should kill them. I heard that the plan to kill Ashkat was ruined by this person. About Ashkat, Sky Arm continued. Killing Ashkat might not cause any changes to the sovereigns. There's no need to become enemies with the humans because of this. Idiot. Spear God snorted. He was also a powerhouse of Po Jiu, ranked 10th in Po Jiu 8. He was stronger than Sky Arm. At this moment, he did not give any face. He shouted coldly, Do you think we would kill Ashkat without any clues? Do you think Fire God is an idiot who would kill Ashkat just because of a guess? Do you really think Fire God had a death wish? Spear God said coldly, Fire God's death was only to protect us from disaster. Back then, the decision to kill Ashkat was not made by Fire God alone. Fist Dark Divine Palm, I agreed to it. It's a pity that the plan failed. Tian Chen attacked Fire God. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were watching. We had no choice but to suppress our desire to destroy the heavenly court and let Fire God die in battle. Sky Arm, do you think Fire God made the decision on his own? Sky Arm was stunned. He looked at Dark God. Dark God smiled bitterly and said softly, Back then, we did make the decision together. As for why he did not have Sky Arm, simple strength. The few people that Spear God mentioned were in the Po Jiu 2 realm back then. Of course, there was no concept of Po Jiu 2 at that time. They were the true leaders of beginner martial back then. Although Sky Arm had Po Jiu 8, he had not entered the core level. They made the decision together, and Fire God carried it out. However, he did not kill Ashkat by accident and was killed by Tianqin in the end. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were watching. They did not dare to interfere and could only let Fire God die in battle. Sky Arm frowned. Spear God said, coldly again, killing Ashkat was not a gamble. We will not rely on a cat to bet on the future. We have confirmed that killing Ash Cat will cause chaos in the origin. That's why we advocated killing Ash Cat. Confirmed news? Sky Arm frowned. What news? Who said that? Sun God. Spear God said indifferently. Back then, when Sun God was still here, we discussed Tao and talked about Ash Cat. Sun God said that Ash Cat was an important chess piece of the Celestial Emperor and was suspected to be related to the origin. Killing Ash Cat will cause chaos in the origin. Fire God almost killed Ash Cat and caused the Tao to tremble. This is proof. Spear God continued. Fong Ping and Ash Cat worked together and ruined our plan. This person, Spear God looked at the others and said in a low voice, "We can make use of him, but we can't work with him. Ash Cat is also a target that we must kill. Once the origin is in chaos, it will be our chance." Spear God scolded Skyarm and said that. Then he looked at the Heavenly King powerhouses in all directions and said coldly, "Some of you are martial artists who walk the Tao of origin. About killing Ash Cat, all of you are evasive. Dark doesn't want to argue with you, but I won't be polite with you. If anyone dares to stop me, I will kill them without mercy." In the Battle of Myriad Tao, Beginner Marshal was defeated. The 9 emperors suppressed the 3 realms. Even if we can break through 9, we don't dare. With the 9 emperors around, we will be killed when we break through 9. Only by completely trapping the 9 emperors and proving Tao can Beginner Marshal rise again. Killing Ash Cat, the 9 emperors, and the Celestial Emperor will be affected. Fist God also said coldly, "Cultivating the origin is your choice. I don't want to talk about it anymore. However, whoever dares to stop this will be a traitor and will be killed." Everyone was silent. Even some heavenly kings who were Tao of origin powerhouses were silent. If they did not stay silent, Fist God and the others might attack them. This time, 5 powerhouses who had broken through 8 walked out of the heavenly tomb. Fist God was the first in the 3 realms who had broken through 8. Who dared to underestimate them? Once these 5 people came out, even the Underworld God and the others could not control Beginner Marshal anymore. The Underworld God did not say much. When they were almost done, he frowned and said, "Everyone, it's useless to say this now. Fong Ping is here. Are you really going to attack him? If we can cooperate, I think it's better to cooperate." Fong Ping is also a lawless person. He doesn't care about Beginner Marshal or origin. He only cares about the human race. Therefore, our battle of Tao is nothing to him. As he said that, he paused and said, "Now that the source is in chaos, I think we can put the matter of killing Ash Cat on hold for a while to avoid unnecessary trouble." Killing Ash Cat was to mess up the origin. As for the origin, it was already very chaotic now. Killing Ash Cat now would only offend a large number of powerhouses. It would not bring them any tangible benefits. Therefore, the Underworld God felt that they should put it on hold. They should not give up completely, but give up now. Maybe at the last moment, they would still kill Ash Cat, but not now. Everyone spoke up one after another. "You can't convince me, and I can't convince you either." In the end, Fist God said impatiently, "Then we'll wait for Fong Ping to come before we make a decision. If he wants to cooperate, we can use killing Ash Cat as a condition. He might agree and save us the trouble of doing it. We have a total of 8 broken 8. 7 and 6 broken 8 are even beyond the origin. Killing Ash Cat and gaining Beginner Marshal's friendship. As long as Fong Ping is not stupid, he will know what to choose." How many broken 8 were standing behind Ash Cat? 2. Tian Chen and Tengu. As for Luan and Sherpa, not only were they on good terms with Ash Cat, they actually had a grudge against him. The ones who really stood behind Ash Cat were the 2 broken 8. As for Spirit Emperor, it was still unknown whether he could escape now. On one side, there were 2 broken 8. On the other side, there were 8 broken 8. There were also dozens of heavenly kings. As the leader, Fong Ping should understand which was more important. What was a leader? Naturally, The race's interests were the most important. Who could bring more help to the human race? Of course, it was Beginner Marshal. Fist God sneered. Join forces with the human race to destroy the heavenly court. Destroy Tengu and Tianqin. The kingdom of chaos will be destroyed, leaving only us and the human race in the three realms. Then, join forces to fight against the emperor. This is the right choice for the king of humanity. As the leader of the race, Fang Ping should know how to choose. Now, the human race did not need to borrow the strength of the two broken 8 behind Ashkat. Why should they become enemies with Beginner Marshal? Fist God had lived for so many years. What had he not seen? How many years had it been since Ashkat joined the human race? How many feelings did he have? Even if he did, for the survival of the human race, Fang Ping should make the right decision. Even if he was reluctant, he had to do it. As soon as he said that, some nodded and some agreed. However, Skyarm's expression did not look too good. He said in a low voice, "He's not the king of humanity, he's the devil king." If this was said to King Wu might agree, but he's not King Wu. Everyone, don't overestimate Fang Ping's righteousness. Don't overestimate his patience either. If you really say that, it might cause him to attack Beginner Marshal. This old man knows a lot about this person. Sometimes he doesn't necessarily consider things from the perspective of the human race. He does what he wants and does what he wants. This is the Devil King Fang Ping. According to everyone's thoughts, would Fang Ping become enemies with Beginner Marshal for the sake of the human race? He wouldn't. 8 broken 8. There was also a powerhouse who was the first broken 8. Fang Ping should give up on Ashkat. However, was Fang Ping that kind of person? He was a devil through and through. Rationally, he should choose Beginner Marshal and not Ashkat. But who knew what Fang Ping would choose? Skyarm felt that this was not a good idea. It might cause Fang Ping's hostility toward Beginner Marshal and cause Beginner Marshal to fall out with the human race. For a moment, those who were familiar with Fang Ping also nodded. On Beginner Marshal's side, there was some chaos. 5 broken 8 had only returned. Not everyone was convinced by them. No matter how strong Fist God was, he was the first broken 8. Could he kill a broken 9? Fang Ping had. And not just one person. Angering Fang Ping was not a good thing. It could easily cause trouble. Fist God and the rest were a little surprised. These people were actually so afraid of Fang Ping. This was a much bigger reaction than they had imagined. For a moment, they looked at the underworld god and frowned. Beginner Marshal was not afraid of anything. In the years that they were not around, how did the underworld god lead them? Why did they feel timid? The underworld god said nothing. They were not timid. Look at King Kuin and the rest. Were these people timid? What about now? Their archenemy, Fang Ping, came to Beginner Marshal alone. Would any of them dare to stop him? They were really afraid of being killed. No matter how much killing Fist God and the rest had experienced, how many powerhouses had died? What about Fang Ping's hands? They were stained with the blood of countless powerhouses. The Heavenly King could not even count them with his 2 hands. This fellow was also a famous lunatic who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The underworld god also felt that there was no need to force him too much. Right now, seeing that Fist God and the rest were looking at him, he said, "It's fine to test him, but don't mention this directly. When Fang Ping comes, we can have a good talk. Even if it doesn't work out, we don't need to be enemies with the humans now. It's not good for either side." Everyone looked at each other. Although Fist God was a little impatient, he still nodded and said, "Okay, then we'll talk slowly." But I still have my previous opinion. The underworld god did not say anything else. They would talk when Fang Ping came. Seeing that the discussion was over, everyone dispersed one after another. Previously, they had gathered here because they sensed the commotion of the great battle. Since they already knew that it was Fang Ping and Sherpa who were sparring, naturally, there was no need to gather here. After these people had left, there were only a few powerhouses who had broken 8. Fist God suddenly sealed off the surroundings and said in a low voice, "Previously there were origin martial artists here, so I can't say much. My meaning is very clear. If Fong Ping comes, it's fine if he agrees, but if he doesn't," Fist God said coldly, "join forces and capture Fong Ping. Capture Fong Ping alive and let the Heavenly King kill Fong Ping. Otherwise, kill Fong Ping." The underworld god was shocked. Fist God actually wanted to capture Fong Ping as a hostage and force the Heavenly King to kill Fong Ping. At this moment, they did not know that Fong Ping had come with them. Otherwise, Fist God would not have said to capture Fong Ping, but to kill Fong Ping directly. Sky Arm said somewhat anxiously, "Fist God, don't do anything rash. Fong Ping is not someone to be trifled with. Once he attacks, humans and beginner martial artists will definitely fight to the death. After 10,000 years, have you all been scared out of your wits?" Fist God shouted, "Beginner martial artists are the strongest. Why would they be afraid of the strongest origin? With the 8 of us joining forces, even if the Heavenly King comes, we will still be killed. In the past, if there were not 9 emperors, beginner martial artists would not be afraid of 1 emperor." Sky Arm wanted to say more, but Fist God waved his hand and shouted, "This matter is decided. The Heavenly King might not reject it. Don't forget the Sun God is still alive. The Sun God has probably broken 9 a long time ago. The Sun God is the #1 powerhouse in beginner martial artists. He is the Sun God's disciple. Even if he took the origin, he is still a beginner martial disciple. Killing Fong Ping is also his responsibility." Sky Arm said angrily, "Beginner martial disciple? You still believe that? Which of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors isn't a beginner martial disciple?" Childish. Of course, he also knew that Fist God was just saying it. Could he really kill the Heavenly King? Fist God could not be bothered with him. The powerhouses left one after another. As soon as they left, Sky Arm looked at the underworld god and growled, "Don't let them mess around." They have been suppressed for many years and do not know Fong Ping's prowess. Even if they heard about it, they did not think much of it. Although the Tao Tree is a broken 9, to them, Fong Ping killing the Tao Tree is also your credit. You integrated into Fong Ping's body so he could kill the Tao Tree. These fellows are stubborn. I'm afraid they will mess around and bring disaster to us." The underworld god frowned. Fist God and the others are also doing this for beginner martial artists. Do you think there is hope? Sky Arm growled. Do you really think you can capture Fong Ping alive? You're too naive. Is Fong Ping the kind of person who is willing to be threatened by you? Even if the Heavenly King really killed Fong Ping, unless you kill him too. Otherwise, once he escapes, the first person he will kill will be the beginner martial artist. I'm talking about cooperation. Will he agree to slaying Fong Ping as a condition? Sky Arm humphed. It's almost impossible. Although Fong Ping is a devil, he must repay favors. Unless Fong Ping betrays him first. Otherwise, don't expect him to agree. If he doesn't agree, Fist God and the others will attack, and there will be no turning back. Dark, you can't let them mess around. The underworld god sighed. Of course I understand what you mean. But Fist God and the others hate the origin to the core. Fist God's strength is slightly stronger than mine. How can I stop them? The people who have survived for the past 10,000 years in the Chu Wu mainland will support you. Sky Arm said disapprovingly, no matter how strong they are, can they match us? As soon as they come out, they want to seize the leadership of the beginner martial artists. It's fine if they lead the beginner martial artists to prepare for war. But now they have to provoke the humans. Dark, I'll make this clear in advance. If we really fall out with the humans, I will lead a group of people and leave the Chu Wu mainland to save the beginner martial artists. You, Sai, why do you have to do this? You're still the same, so indecisive. No wonder the Emperor can't be bothered to suppress you. Sky Arm was also annoyed. Fist God and the others were focused on dealing with the origin. But to Sky Arm, now was not the time for the beginner martial artists. Were they going to lead the beginner martial artists to destruction? The underworld god was very strong and loved the beginner martial artists, but he was a little indecisive. Because of this, the emperor who suppressed Fist God and the others in the past did not suppress the underworld god. Otherwise, even if 5 of them returned after breaking 8, so what? 3 beginner martial artists broke 8, 7, or 8 broke 7, and dozens broke 6. Fist God and the others had left for 10,000 years. How could they have the chance to seize control? It was the underworld god who took the initiative to give up the leadership of the beginner martial artists. Otherwise, it would have been the underworld god sitting in the middle just now, not Fist God. Even if Fist God was slightly stronger than him, so what? The underworld god frowned and said nothing. Sky Arm was too lazy to say anything more. He had said what he needed to say. Anyway, he did not agree to fall out with the humans. As for killing the cat, it was not necessary to be in a hurry. Things in the future could be discussed in the future. Let the underworld god think about it himself. They had worked with Fong Ping a few times. They knew Fong Ping's personality. Fong Ping killed Dao Tree and the others without hesitation. Did they really think that Fong Ping did not dare to kill Fist God and the others? Yes, Fong Ping did not have the Heavenly King path now, but did the humans not have Heavenly Kings? The humans did. If they angered Fong Ping and he used Dao combustion again, how many Heavenly Kings would the beginner martial artists want to die? Fist God and the others did not understand, but did the underworld god not know? Unless they killed Fong Ping before he used Dao combustion. Otherwise, Sky Arm would not be optimistic about Fist God and the others at all. They were courting death. These are troubled times. After Sky Arm said this, the underworld god sighed. Indeed, these were troubled times. When Fist God and the others returned, the beginner martial artists' chi soared and their strength skyrocketed. 5 of them broke 8. How powerful was that? But now the underworld god had to consider whether this was good or bad. Sigh. A sigh echoed in the basilica. The underworld god had a headache. This matter was not easy to handle. Fist God and the others were very difficult to convince. Should he forcefully stop them? Then there would be chaos on the beginner martial artist side. Fist God and the others were not without support. There were many iron blood sects. It was just that the underworld god's personality was more gentle previously, so there was no big trouble on the beginner martial artist side. Otherwise, the beginner martial's origin would have killed them long ago. Forget it. They would wait for Fong Ping to come and see. Hopefully, there would be no accidents this time. Chapter 1403. In the cat world, Fong Ping exited the origin realm, deep in thought. Beside him, a mini kitten was a little nervous and said pitifully, "Liar, are you trying to pretend to be the cat protecting Captain's Dao?" "Yes, but can you not burn it?" The cat said pitifully, "I don't want him to die. If you burn the Dao, he might die." If the Dao burned, it would be a true Dao collapse. Even if Tian Chun changed his Dao, he might still die. The reason why it was not certain death was that if he was lucky, he might only be seriously injured. This had happened before. However, the probability of death was still very high. If not, Di Xing would not have been coerced by Fong Ping and forced to help the human race. Not only Di Xing, but the previous Ming-Ting emperor was also the same. These people changed their Dao. The true Dao was controlled by Fong Ping. Whether they lived or died depended on whether Fong Ping could break their Dao. Fong Ping glanced at the cat and suddenly laughed. "Fat cat, let me ask you a question. I'm not fat." The cat hurriedly explained, "Third cat is the fat one." As he said that, he felt a little wronged. Third cat was dead. Fong Ping was helpless. "Fine, big cat it is. Let me ask you, if Tian Chen and I really fight to the death, one of us must die. Who do you think should die?" The cat said angrily, "Chubby Face and your mother fell into the river. Who are you going to save?" Fong Ping was speechless. F***CK. The cat actually retorted. He even retorted until he was speechless. "Cough. So what if they fell into the river? It's fine, even if I don't save them. The cat glared at him. Then if you don't fight, you won't die. Yo, you're so logical. Who did you learn it from? You. Fong Ping smiled bitterly. Fine, you win. Did I teach you? I don't know. Who knows if this cat saw it on the internet, or Fong Yuan said it, or when he mentioned it. Fong Ping did not mention it again. He laughed. The Tao of Breaking 8 is extremely long and stable. How can it be broken so easily? As long as a little is left, nothing will happen. He doesn't need it anyway. Fong Ping chuckled. Unless you encounter a sovereign. Otherwise, there's no need to burn your Tao. When the true emperor descended, he wouldn't be able to care about himself or his Tao. He might not die, but if he didn't, he would definitely die. Big cat, are you going to watch me die? The cat ignored him angrily. In any case, it did not want Fong Ping to burn down the cat-protecting Captain's Avenue. Fine, fine. How about this? If I get killed, I won't burn. But if I get killed, my opponent will definitely sever my Tao. I think he'll end up the same way. Fong Ping did not continue this topic. Very soon, Fong Ping smiled and said, Big cat, tell me, what's the difference between the true path and the false path? I don't know. I know. Fong Ping grinned. I've taken a look. Tian Chen's great Tao might be the true Tao. Actually, there wasn't much of a difference. False Taoists all had a void gate, but true Taoists didn't seem to have one. Even if there was, it would only be for show broken. Old Wang, Tai Tu, and Old Yao should be one as well. Their true Tao also has a gate, but the gates are all open, just for show. Tian Chin seems to be the same. His other two Taoists, the gates are open. I don't know if he broke the gate or it was originally like this. Mentality Tao's gate is also open, but his third Tao hasn't reached the void gate yet. If it's there, he doesn't have to break the gate, he can pass through it directly. The cat was confused and said casually, he didn't seal the gate. What's wrong? Was it strange? Tianqin had died a long time ago. Who would seal a dead person's gate? Idiot, what I mean is if Tianqin died and the sky didn't change, the cat glared at him. If his Tao collapsed and the sky didn't change, it means that he's actually not controlled by the immortal source. The cat nodded. If that's the case, the difference between the true path and the false path lies in the 3 void gates. Fong Ping rubbed his chin and said, Then the emperor might control martial artists through the gate. The gate and the immortal source must be related. The cat continued nodding. It should be, right? Then what? Fong Ping said tiredly, Idiot, it's hard for us to go to the immortal source, but there's still a chance to go to the gate. Maybe through the gate, we can solve this problem and let people not be controlled by the immortal source. Now everyone knows that there's a problem with the immortal source, and they're all staring at it. The emperor is the same. But no one seems to have thought that the immortal source is related to the gate. Then we can solve the problem of being controlled through the gate, and the false path will become the true path. The cat looked at him blankly. Was there a difference? Forget it. Fong Ping was too lazy to explain to it. Of course there was a difference, but there was nothing to say to this cat. Fong Ping was a little excited. How much could he keep after installing Tianqin Tao? His previous combat strength was more than 43 million at his peak. After cutting some mentality, it was also more than 42 million. Not much. Just an increase of 50%, which was 500 meters, and his combat strength would soar to more than 60 million, directly catching up to Spirit Emperor. Tianqin was a powerhouse at the peak of Breakthrough 8. Leaving 500 meters should not be a problem, right? Fong Ping felt that it should not be a problem. If so, he could even fight the emperor alone. Of course, it was an outsider's Tao after all. He was afraid that the Tao would be unstable and break. High-intensity battles were also very draining on the Tao. Even so, Fong Ping felt that it could still last for one battle. Fong Ping decided that he should give it a try now. He would see how much he could keep. If he had an idea, he would not panic if he encountered trouble. This time he guessed that the emperor's avatar might descend to kill him. He was not afraid before, and he was even less afraid now. But previously, he was only thinking about how to deal with the Emperor's avatar. If there was a huge improvement this time, should he plot against Emperor? Fang Ping did not hesitate anymore. He entered the origin realm again. He wanted to try installing it to prevent it from completely collapsing. He felt that he would more or less keep some of the Tao of Breakthrough 8 so that it would not completely break. Just see how much he could keep. A few minutes later, Fang Ping walked out again. At this moment, Fang Ping was a little dazed. He punched the void. The cat looked at him angrily. The swindler killed many fish demons with one punch, and the cat world was shaking. Don't be angry. I'll replenish it for you later. Fang Ping did not have time to reply. He was still in a daze. It was really strong, a completely different feeling. At this moment, he felt that he could kill that old devil Heavenly King. Wealth, 280 billion points vitality, 600,000 calories, 18 million mentality, 0 hertz, 180,000 hertz force, 1,800 calories, 36 million calories vitality, jade bones, 99% additional vitality qualitative change, origin world, 1680 meters origin amplification, pseudopath, 60% combat techniques, chaos vanquishing saber techniques, plus 18% power mastery, 99% limit outburst, 634392000 cal / 64 though 8 previously. Fang Ping's mentality and vitality had dropped a little after cutting 10,000 hertz of mentality to the avatar. Many cities had been integrated on Earth, and the origin world had expanded to 1680 meters. However, this did not give Fang Ping much help this time. It was still the original vitality and mentality. Fang Ping predicted that there would be an amplification at 2,000 meters. However, it was not important now. What was important was that Tian Chen's Tao had been compressed to 600 meters. It was only 600 meters, but it actually gave Fang Ping an amplification of tens of millions, instantly making his combat strength soar to more than 60 million calories. Fang Ping was really surprised. It could really amplify. The origin Tao was really too mysterious. No wonder Celestial Emperor wanted to cultivate the origin Tao. Even now, Fang Ping was a little surprised at the amplification of tens of millions of cal. Celestial Emperor was also a beginner martial powerhouse in the past. He did not have the amplification of the origin, but he probably had the strength to break 9. After he created the origin, perhaps his combat strength directly soared to more than 100 million calories. One could imagine that such a surge was indescribably tempting to anyone. There were so many flaws in the origin Tao, but why was no one willing to give it up? The 9 emperors were not willing. Celestial Emperor was not willing. Fang Ping was not too willing either. If he did not know that the origin Tao was controlled, he might have wanted to cultivate another Tao now. It was too scary. At his level, he could still easily amplify by tens of millions of cal. Who could not be tempted by such an amplification? The beginner martial side would not be able to cultivate either. If he told the underworld god that he was given an origin Tao that could increase one's combat strength by 100%, would the underworld god accept it? There was no doubt. Once it was 100% amplification, the underworld god would also be a 60 to 70 million cal vitality powerhouse. Why would he give it up? When that time came, why would he care about the difference between beginner martial artists? He cared now because he could not cultivate the origin Tao. More than 60 million calories. Fang Ping looked at the cat and suddenly laughed. Big cat, why don't you give me a punch? If I can kill you, I should be able to kill that old devil, Heavenly King Suppression. The cat rolled its eyes. No way. Why would this cat let you hit me? Don't burn off the cat protecting Captain's Tao. The old cat reminded him again. It did not want Fang Ping to burn off the cat protecting Captain's Tao and get devoured. Don't worry. I'm so strong, do I still need to burn my Tao? Fang Ping suddenly felt a little impulsive. Big cat, Why don't we kill our way up to ninth heaven now? The sovereigns should be suppressing the origin now. At the immortal source, there are at most a few clones. Even if there are 3 to 5 clones, I think it's not difficult to kill them. Just destroy the immortal source and let them plot against us. The cat did not want to speak. When they came, they agreed to only cooperate with Chu Wu. Now, the scammers actually wanted to fight their way up to ninth heaven. The cat said gloomily, "You're so powerful. They will definitely run out of the source. Even if something happens to the origin, they will kill you together and then go back to suppress it." That's true. Fang Ping temporarily dispelled this idea. Besides, the Tao of the origin was not safe. After all, it was not the sovereign Tao. He was worried that the sovereigns had a way to imprison his Tao. That would be troublesome. It was very possible. They might even cut off his Tao and not let it grow. Was this possible? Yes. Fang Ping felt that now was not the time. There was hope in plotting against a sovereign, but if he plotted against one, the second one would definitely have a way to resist. Fang Ping suddenly licked his lips and murmured, "Why don't I expose my strength of Broken Nine? Broken Nine, killing the sovereign's clones. There might be sovereigns who will come in person. Should I plot against him? When the sovereigns attack, at most one of them will attack me. It's impossible for 2 sovereigns to come. After all, there's a problem with the origin now. They have to suppress it. Maybe I can kill a sovereign this time." The cat was not surprised. Every time a scammer came out to say something small, it would become a big deal. For example, last time he said he killed a few catacombs' venerable emperors. In the end, 2 died and 8 were destroyed. In the end, it even evolved into a battle with the sovereigns. From venerable emperors to sovereigns. This time, the scammer came out to say he was dealing with beginner martial artists. There were many Broken 8 in beginner martial artists. Now, from Broken 8 to killing sovereigns, it did not seem like a big leap. However, the cat still muttered, "Even if you install the Tao, you're not as powerful as many sovereigns. Even Big Fatty, who is ranked last, people are not sure of Big Fatty's strength. You can't kill them. They will kill you." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. That was true. In that case, even if he installed the Tao, he could not kill the sovereigns. In that case, it would make the sovereigns vigilant. I can't kill them. What if I add Old Devil Zhen? Fang Ping murmured. What if he added Heavenly King Zhen? What if he added his boy servant? What if he added a bunch of Broken 8s? What if he integrated some powerhouses? Could he? He did not know. If they can restrain the sovereigns, I only need to smash the sovereigns with 1 slash. Even if the sovereigns don't die, they will be crippled. The sovereigns were not idiots. They would stand there and let you hack them. However, what if someone could restrain them? Could Heavenly King Zhen and the others join forces? Fang Ping was not sure. After all, the sovereigns now were very powerful. 30,000 years ago, it was not difficult for him to kill the sovereigns. Now it was very difficult. If Heavenly King Zhen and the others could not restrain them, it would be very difficult for Fang Ping to kill the sovereigns. It was almost impossible. However, as long as he could restrain the other party so that the other party could not escape or leave, Fang Ping might have a chance to kill the other party with 1 slash. Who should I kill? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. This was not something he could decide. However, it was not impossible to control which sovereigns should descend. For example, he could insult the other party. He could insult them crazily, ridicule, insult, despise, or even stand on the other party's clone and shit on it. Could the other party endure it? It would be strange if he could. The big shots were magnanimous and generally did not bother with the small fry. It was just a saying. If he could, why wouldn't he? You are a weakling, and you're standing on the other party's head and shit on it. It would be strange if you were not beaten to death. No one would be able to endure it. Magnanimity and magnanimity were all nonsense at this time. Sovereigns did not need to worry about anything. Moreover, they wanted to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping was not their chess piece. The last time the Divine Emperor attacked Fang Ping was proof. Since he was not their chess piece, killing him was not a big deal. I have to think about it carefully, Fang Ping muttered. Which of the 9 emperors hates me the most? Who is weaker? Emperor Nan was above Emperor Ling with a base of 70 million cards. In fact, even if it was Emperor Nan, it would be difficult for Fang Ping to kill him. With a base of 70 million cards, Fang Ping did his best and did not exceed the other party's limit. The probability of killing the other party was extremely small. However, thinking about it now, it was not illegal. Anyway, this time, Fang Ping felt that he really had a trump card. He could not kill the sovereigns, and it would be difficult for a few weak sovereigns to kill him. If Tianquan's Tao is ignited, it may be stronger, but Tianquan may be killed. If I kill Tianquan, the cat will probably be in trouble. Fang Ping thought about it and decided to hold it in for a while. However, it seemed like it was okay to expose his broken 9 strength. He had already exposed his broken 9 strength. Would he think that he was stronger? It could not be. Even Sherpa and Luan probably would not think that he was stronger. However, they knew that he had taken away Tianquan's Tao. They might think in this direction. It depended on whether they could guess how much stronger Fang Ping would become after taking away Tianquan's Tao. I still need to have a strong foundation. If I have a strong foundation and have 60 million cards, plus the 78% increase in combat techniques and origin path, then I can go up to 100 million. And this depended on the integration of Earth cities and the replacement of true blood. Fang Ping's real body was planning, but his avatar was hurrying. Chu Wu mainland was far from the catacombs, but it was not far for Fang Ping. He was also too lazy to walk too fast. He took his time and was not in a hurry. When Chu Wu received the news, he would rush over, lest they think that he came secretly to harm them. Moreover, he would also give the sovereigns some time to prepare. Did they not have to discuss which avatar to send over? He would give them time. Yes, Fang Ping was obviously going to eat up the sovereigns' avatars. He was not afraid even if there were 3 or 5 of them. He was not afraid before because he had Heavenly King subduing and the boy servant. Now he was even less afraid. Even if the avatar had broken through 9, it had a limit outburst of more than 40 million cards. Fang Ping's avatar was much stronger. Tianquan's path is so awesome. What about old Devil Jin? Fang Ping's avatar began to rub his chin. Why not let old Devil Jin replace the path and install it himself? There might be thousands of meters left. Then he would be rich. He could kill the sovereigns directly. But soon, Fang Ping shook his head. Forget it. It would be strange if this old devil would give it to him. If he did, he would crush it and burn a part of it. If he gave it to him, he would be furious. At this moment, Iron Head shouted, "We're almost there. If we go any further, we'll reach the St. Martial continent. In front of the St. Martial continent is the Sky Arm continent." Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. There's no St. Martial continent anymore. These people seem to have pushed the continents together and merged them into one. It seemed like Chu Wu was also integrating the forces. Previously, the underworld god had led Chu Wu for 8,000 years, but it had not been integrated. The Chu Wu mainland had its own camp. Now, it seemed that because Fist God and the others had returned, Chu Wu had been unified. As soon as Fang Ping arrived at this area of the sea, he felt waves of mentality fluctuations. Someone was hiding in the dark, passing a message. It was probably to inform the people of Chu Wu mainland that he had arrived. Big Cat transform. Transform into a tiger. I still have to give them some face. Fang Ping felt that he could not give them face. Fang Ping was the other party's archenemy. If he brought Fang Ping directly, it would not be giving them face. If he transformed into a tiger, he could still save face. At least he did not provoke them, right? Even if Chu Wu saw through it, it was not a big deal. If he gave them face, they should also give them some face, right? Giving each other face was the basis of cooperation. Otherwise, How could there be cooperation? These people had not let go of Fong Ping. They could not cooperate. After Fong Ping finished speaking, Fong Ping did not care. He transformed. In an instant, a silly and cute little tiger appeared. "Awoo!" The cat called out, feeling quite satisfied. The tiger was also quite good. Beside him, the heavenly dog's face was stiff. Who could not see that you were Fong Ping? Transform what? Also, when he went to the mystic realm, Fong Ping was like this. Now it was still like this. Were you a fool when you went to Chu Wu? No sincerity at all. Fong Ping, Heavenly Hound, was not as confident as Fong Ping. He growled, "There are many people in Chu Wu who have broken 8, and many who have broken 7 and 6. Also, they conceal their origin, don't you forget! If you insist on bringing the stupid cat here, then protect its safety. Otherwise, I will not let you off." He was not confident that he could protect Fong Ping. There were a few Chu Wu who were stronger than him. Fong Ping waved his hand and said impatiently, "What trouble can there be? Sky Arm and Underworld God know my personality. Even if Fist God and the rest don't, they know that I killed the Tao tree. Would they dare to provoke me?" The skilled were bold. If Fong Ping dared to come, he was naturally prepared to fall out. Chu Wu was a big trouble. They had been wanting to kill Fong Ping for tens of thousands of years, but they were still so persistent. Fong Ping had to figure out their thoughts. Otherwise, if they turned on him when the battle started, Fong Ping felt that they would be much more troublesome than Tianqin. No matter what, Tianqin was only one person. Chu Wu had dozens of heavenly kings. As Fong Ping was thinking, someone came through the air from afar laughing. "Human King, I received the news that you were coming long ago. Sorry for not coming out to greet you." The person was Sky Arm. He and Fong Ping had the deepest relationship. When Chu Wu received the news, naturally, Sky Arm came to greet him. Fong Ping was a human king and had even killed the Tao tree. This was prestige. If they did not come to greet him, it would mean that they looked down on Fong Ping. Naturally, Underworld God would not let this happen. There was no need to embarrass Fong Ping for such a small matter. Sky Arm was still smiling at first. When he got closer, his smile suddenly stiffened and gradually began to fade. He was not surprised that Fong Ping came. He thought it was good that Li Hansong was here. Longevity Sword came. This was Fong Ping's sincerity, the sincerity of cooperation. After all, there were many Chu Wu powerhouses. Fong Ping brought his teacher here, but he also had to consider the possibility of falling out. Longevity Sword was not considered strong, and there was a risk of it falling. Fong Ping brought people here. It was indeed sincere because he thought they could cooperate. But why did Heavenly Hound come? It was not a big deal if Heavenly Hound came. Chu Wu and Heavenly Hound had a grudge. He had even killed it once before. However, when powerhouses fought, there would be wins and losses. It could only be said that Heavenly Hound was not as strong as Chu Wu. But the little tiger on Fong Ping's shoulder, Sky Arm, did not think that the little tiger was cute at all. He was only shocked. Big trouble. Why did Fong Ping bring the cat here? It was fine before, but now Fist God and the rest wanted to kill the cat. Now that the cat had come to them, should they make a move or not? Sky Arm's smile stiffened. Suddenly, his vitality vibrated, shaking the void on purpose, shattering the few probing mentality behind him. He could not let Fist God and the rest find out, or else there would be big trouble. Fong Ping. Sky Arm forced his smile back. He laughed and said, "It is Chu Wu's honor to have the human king here. However, Heavenly Hound and Fist God have some misunderstandings. Do you think?" Sky Arm smiled and gestured at Heavenly Hound. With an apologetic look, he said, "Why don't you let Heavenly Hound wait here for a while?" As he said that, Sky Arm laughed again. "There is a small island 80,000 li away from here. Many heavenly dragonfish gather around the island. Although they are not strong, they are unusually delicious. Heavenly Hound, why don't you go there and rest for a while? Small fish, delicious. Sky Arm clearly knew about the cat's hobby. He said this on purpose so that Heavenly Hound and the cat could leave together. Then they could have a good talk. However, if these two followed Fong Ping to Chu Wu mainland, he was worried that they would fall out as soon as they arrived. As Sky Arm spoke, he looked at Fong Ping helplessly. Don't bring the cat along. It would be very troublesome. It was not easy for him to suppress the thought of Fist God and the rest going to the human world to kill the cat. Now that he brought the cat along, was he not adding fuel to the fire? Heavenly Dragonfish. The cat was a little happy. This cat? No, this tiger hasn't eaten fish for a long time. Are there many heavenly dragonfish there? Sky Arm's head hurt. This tiger? Do you think I'm blind? If you go there like this, Fist God and the rest will see through you. There are many heavenly dragonfish there. This cat will go fishing. This tiger will go fishing. Fong Ping said lightly, You don't even have a fishing rod. How are you going to fish? Let's go to Chu Wu mainland first. We'll talk about fishing later. He knew what Sky Arm meant, but this time he had specially brought the cat along. He was worried that Chu Wu would want to deal with the cat, which would cause a conflict between the two sides. If he did not settle it now, could he hide forever? How was that possible? The cat had a combat strength of broken 9. Fong Ping could not possibly keep it away from the battlefield. Of course, he did not need to kill people. Mentality intimidation was enough. Did he want the cat to keep hiding from people in Chu Wu? That was not logical. That was why this time he had to bring the cat along. Fong Ping was not really here to provoke, but to solve the problem. Senior Sky Arm, say no more. We're not tired. Let's go to Chu Wu mainland first. Fong Ping. Sky Arm's expression changed slightly. Let them stay. What do you think? Nothing. Fong Ping frowned. Don't worry, Senior. Even if someone attacks Song Hu, we can understand. We can talk about it slowly. It's not like there's no way to talk. I'm not an aggressive person. He had thought of this. Fist God and the rest might attack the cat as soon as they arrived. However, if he showed off his strength, both sides could still sit down and talk it out slowly. Strength always spoke. The humans were not weak anyway. He did not need to be called weak. Fighting first and then talking it out was not a bad idea. Sky Arm was not as optimistic as he was. Fist God and the rest were very stubborn. It was not as simple as fighting. They were really going to kill. What about Fong Ping? He could tolerate it for a while, but could he tolerate it forever? This was really troublesome. The feeling that Fong Ping gave him now was not as strong as Broken 2. Even with the heavenly dog, there were only 2 Broken 2. Fist God might make them stay. Sky Arm felt a headache coming on. Fong Ping did not care. He smiled. Let's go, Senior. How can I block my guests and not let them in? I'm a reasonable person. It's not like I kill people everywhere I go. Senior, you've worked with us many times. You can be considered half a master. How can I kill you? Fong Ping laughed out loud. He looked like he was the good guy. Sky Arm's eyelids trembled. Chapter 1405. Sky Arm could not stop it at all. How? Fong Ping said he wanted to go to the Chu mainland. He also said it would be inconvenient to bring the cat along. However, Fong Ping insisted on bringing the cat there, as if he was going to solve the problem. What else could he do? Sky Arm was nervous, hurrying to follow Fong Ping. At this moment, there were a few beginner powerhouses beside him. Sky Arm said hurriedly, Go and report to the underworld god that the King of Man has arrived. The Heavenly Hound is here too. The Heavenly Hound glanced at him. These people did not call him Celestial Emperor now. None of them were good. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. The people beside Sky Arm dared not delay, hurrying to the mainland ahead. Although Fong Ping could arrive in the blink of an eye, Sky Arm had asked someone to report first, so he could not walk too fast. Since he could not walk fast, Fong Ping did not stay idle. He asked Senior Sky Arm, did Fist God and the others mention working with humans? Sky Arm said immediately, of course they did. Right now, everyone's enemy is the Emperor. Beginner martial artists come from the human world and are one with humans. If we kill each other, won't it benefit others? Sky Arm began to lay the groundwork. Everyone was on the same side. It was not worth it to kill each other. He continued, of course, the cat was not in the human world previously and had no relations with humans. There was a small conflict between beginner martial artists and humans, which also originated from the cat. Actually, it was not a big conflict. After a few times of cooperation, it has long passed. That time the humans did not suffer any losses, but they killed a few beginner saint powerhouses. When both sides worked together in the future, they would all be at the heavenly king level. Fong Ping smiled. Senior, you are right. If we work together, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. As for the cat, this is also something I want to discuss with the beginner martial artists. To be honest, to pin your hopes on killing a cat, in my opinion, this should not be the hope of the seniors. If a martial artist wants to defeat a strong enemy, then he should rely on himself and not some unorthodox methods, right? Sky Arm wanted to say something, but stopped. After a while, he sighed. You are right, but you also know that at the stage of breaking 8, beginner martial artists are almost unable to break 9. In the past, we were suppressed too much by the Tao of Essence. At that time, there was already no way out. A group of people who have nowhere else to go. When the time comes, they will naturally use whatever methods they have. Heavenly Arm still gave an explanation. It wasn't that Chu Wu wanted to keep an eye on the cat, but that they really had nowhere to go. At the peak of breaking 8, beginner martial artists could hardly go any further. In the past tens of thousands of years, only the Celestial Emperor and the Yang Spirit had truly reached breaking 9. As for the Emperor of Heaven Reverse, he was not sure. It might be the beginner martial art breakthrough, or not. What about the origin? In the blink of an eye, the 9 emperors were born, and in the blink of an eye, the 4 emperors appeared. Very soon, they had suffered a crushing defeat at the beginner level, and they couldn't go on to the later level either. The Fist God, the god of the underworld, and the others were stuck at the peak of breaking 8 and hadn't made any progress for so many years. How could they continue on the path to breaking 9? If he couldn't continue, Chu Wu would never be a match for the origin. At this point, killing Song Mao had become their last hope in despair. Sky Arm sighed. This is a fight for the Tao. The survival of the race is very similar to what happened to the human race. If you don't have the heaven-suppressing king, you will be in a more difficult situation than us. At this time, as long as there is a chance, will you not fight for it? Fong Ping, if you kill a cat, you can defeat the enemy and suppress the opponent. Will you give up? Fong Ping, we have different standpoints and opinions on some things. Maybe you think we are too much. Why do we have to involve Song Mao? Maybe you think we are useless and can't defeat the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors and can only deal with a cat, but for the continuation of Chu Wu, we can only do this. Fong Ping did not say that he was quibbling. It was still a matter of standpoints. Just like what Sky Arm said, if the human race had said before that killing a monster in the sea could solve all the problems, even if it might not be true, Fong Ping would still try. Perhaps the human race's experts would all try. Fong Ping could understand Chu Wu's thinking, but he still shook his head. The point is, killing Song Mao won't do much. Moreover, killing Song Mao is more difficult than you think, and the price to pay is higher. Yes, the human race is not as powerful as the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, but the human race has many powerhouses, no less than you, Chu Wu. Originally, everyone could join forces to deal with the enemy, but for the sake of killing Song Mao, you have to shed all pretense of cordiality with the human race and kill each other. Is this also in line with Chu Wu's goal? Fong Ping smiled. No matter what decision, you need to consider the benefits and risks. Right now, the 9 sovereigns are still in the origin, but the human race is dominating the 3 realms. At this time, if Chu Wu is wise, he should make a decision that suits his own interests. Senior Skyarm, you understand what I mean. Killing Song Mao will only bring you trouble now, not benefits. Moreover, I won't let you succeed. If you really act recklessly, I'm afraid the result will be Chu Wu disappearing from the three realms. The human race will also suffer heavy losses, and in the end, the 9 sovereigns will benefit. Your opponents are actually them. In the end, not only did we weaklings not join forces, but we also killed each other. In the eyes of the sovereigns, I'm afraid this is a big joke, Sky Arm nodded. Of course we understand the logic. Dark said the same thing, and Huan and I have also mentioned it. However, Fist God and the rest have just come out of the celestial cemetery, so they might not understand too well. So, King Human, please forgive us. Some things still need some time. Of course, our main goal is to cooperate to fight against the 9 sovereigns. Sky Arm laid the groundwork again. Fist God and the rest would definitely not have a good attitude. This was inevitable. He only hoped that Fong Ping could understand his painstaking efforts. Everyone had some verbal conflicts, even physical conflicts, but that was not a problem. On Chu Wu's side, there was still a large group of people who supported the alliance with the human race. Fong Ping's temper was not too good, and Sky Arm was a little uneasy. Actually, if King Wu or suppressing Heavenly King came, Sky Arm thought that they could turn a big problem into a small one. In the end, it was King Human. King Human was different from King Wu. King Wu was more tactful and could tolerate some things, but King Human could not. They chatted along the way. Central Mainland. The people who had just left suddenly shot out one after another. Very soon, a large group of powerhouses gathered near the temple. King Human was here. The underworld god also walked out of a small palace. He had already received information that Fong Ping was here, Tengu was here. The person who came even said that Fong Cat was here too. The person who reported the news was not stupid. How could he not recognize Fong Cat? The underworld god frowned. At this moment, Fist God and his group walked over. Fist God's killing intent was thick. He strode over and said as he walked, "Underworld, Fong Cat is here." There were also many people on Fist God's side. The 5 Broken 8 who came this time were not without disciples. There were more than 10 heavenly kings following behind them. Some were their disciples, and some were people who had sided with them before. Chu Wu was very strong, at least at the heavenly king level, and was not weaker than Origin. They lost in the realm of emperors. Even though many Chu Wu powerhouses had died over the years, there was still a large group left. Beside the underworld god, there were also many Chu Wu heavenly king powerhouses. After all, the underworld god had been in charge of Chu Wu for 8,000 years. Over the years, everyone was used to developing under the underworld god's leadership. They would not quickly rely on Fist God and the others just because they were strong. Hearing Fist God's question, the underworld god glanced at Broken Consciousness beside him. Broken Consciousness must have noticed something unusual. The underworld god frowned slightly and said quickly, "Everyone, please calm down." King Human came with the heart of the alliance this time and is very sincere. His teacher, Longevity Sword and Li Han Song, the reincarnation of Celestial Emperor, are both Chu Wu. King Human is very sincere, so Chu Wu should also show his sincerity. We can talk things over slowly. Don't cause trouble as soon as you come and make a fool of yourself. Fist God said coldly, "Are you afraid that I'll kill Fong Cat now?" Fist, the underworld god shouted in a low voice, "I'm just reminding everyone. I've said that humans are not weak. There are many powerhouses now. King Human is also a powerhouse who has /9 levels. We can talk things over. Can't you even wait a little longer?" The underworld god's attitude was good before, but now he had to be more forceful. Otherwise, if King Human came and Chu Wu attacked Fong Cat, what was the point of the alliance? That would be too disrespectful to Fong Ping. He was young and full of vigor. He was not old fogies like Heavenly King Jin. When the time came, even a small matter could become a big deal. Beside him, Huan also added, "Everyone, there are many powerhouses in the land realm now. Don't ruin the plan." Fist God frowned and said coldly, "All right, let's talk. However, this is a rare opportunity. Since Fong Cat has come to us, we must kill him." The underworld god's face was cold, and he did not say anything. He felt helpless. Fist God and the rest were too persistent. If this went on, they might lose all decorum with the humans. There are still many powerhouses in Chu Wu. At this moment, Fong Ping had already seen the temple and the powerhouses in front of the temple. Many, almost all the powerhouses in Chu Wu were here, other than Heavenly Arm beside him. There were 7 other powerhouses who had broken 8 levels. 8 had broken 8 levels. 10 had broken 7 levels, and 32 had broken 6 levels. This was Chu Wu. There were a total of 50 Heavenly King powerhouses. After all, Chu Wu had been around for tens of thousands of years. Even if many powerhouses had died, the remaining powerhouses were still a huge number. Over the years, some of them had also advanced. 50. What about the other powers in the 3 realms? In the other powers of the 3 realms, 1 had broken through 9, 15 had broken through 8, less than 5 had broken through 7, and there were a few who had broken through 6. In total, there were far less than 50 people. However, there were more people with broken 8, so they still suppressed Chu Wu by a head. It had been 40,000 years since the 3 realms had been established. There were less than 100 Heavenly King stage powerhouses still alive. There were also many who broke through quickly due to the recent good cultivation environment. On average, a Heavenly King stage powerhouse would be born every 500 years. According to this situation, the new martial artists of the human clan should not have produced a Heavenly King. Fong Ping let out a sigh of lament. Beginner's legacy had been passed down for 40,000 years. 50 Heavenly Kings might be considered a lot, but it was actually just average. Those who broke through the 8th and 7th levels were almost all Heavenly King powerhouses who were born in the early stages of that year. There were actually not many Heavenly Kings who advanced later on. Were the 50 Heavenly Kings strong? Very strong. In addition, more than 8 of them had broken through. If they really joined forces, it would not be a problem for them to defeat 2 clones that had broken through to 9. There was even hope for the 3 of them. Of course, it was only 9 clones. The real powerhouses that had broken through to 9 were much more agile and powerful than their clones. The Dao tree was proof of that. With so many powerhouses around, Fong Ping did not feel any pressure. Heavenly Arm glanced at Fong Ping from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that he was just lamenting and not afraid, he was not surprised. The King of Man was lawless. How could he be scared so easily? Even so, Heavenly Arm still felt a little emotional in his heart. Heroes come from youth. There were so many powerhouses waiting for him in Chu Wu, but Fong Ping was still calm. Was it because of his strength and confidence, or because he thought that Chu Wu would not fall out with him? On the other side, the underworld god stepped into the air. From a distance, he smiled and said, "Fong Ping, I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you break through again?" Fong Ping laughed and said, "Underworld god, you must be joking. How could it be so fast?" Fong Ping also replied politely. Looking at Fist God and the rest who did not step forward, he cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I have long heard of the seniors' great names. Today, I finally get to see the seniors' glory." He glanced at Fist God. Without asking, he had already guessed the identity of the group. The half-naked one should be Fist God. He was very strong. He must have completed the transformation of Jade Body and Jade Bones. His vitality was frighteningly strong, even stronger than Fong Ping's. Fong Ping's basic vitality was actually not that high. A basic vitality of 18 million was far from Fist God's. The stern-looking middle-aged man beside him gave Fong Ping the feeling of a long spear with a murderous aura. Without a doubt, he should be the spear god who was ranked 11th. The guy who looked incomparably illusory should be a powerhouse in mentality. He was ranked 20th consciousness breaker. The old man who was extremely skinny but had huge palms was ranked 12th sovereign grandmaster. The brawny man who was not too tall with a metal staff in his hand was probably staff saint, ranked 19th. Fong Ping quickly identified the 5 people. At this moment, these people were all full of murderous aura. Fong Ping did not care. After being suppressed for so many years, it was normal to have some resentment. These people were also looking at Fong Ping. Soon, someone looked at Heavenly Dog and sneered, "Heavenly Dog, how dare you come to the beginner's land?" Heavenly Dog tilted its eyes and glanced at the person who spoke. It said disdainfully, "Heavenly Dog, do I need your permission to go anywhere I want to go?" It had a grudge against Sovereign Grandmaster, a very big one. 3,000 years ago it had died in battle. It was Sovereign Grandmaster who had ambushed it. Of course, it was not Sovereign Grandmaster. At that time, Consciousness Breaker had also secretly intervened. The 2 of them had joined forces and defeated it. At that time, it had just entered Breaking 8. Sovereign Grandmaster was a powerhouse who had broken 2 gates. But now, Heavenly Dog had also broken 2 gates and was ranked above Sovereign Grandmaster. It was not afraid of Sovereign Grandmaster. Sovereign Grandmaster laughed coldly. This skinny old man's eyes were dark. He ignored Heavenly Dog and turned his gaze to the little tiger on Fong Ping's shoulder, looking around. Fong Ping, what little tiger? This was obviously Fong Ping. The few of them looked at Fong Ping with murderous intent in their eyes. Did Fong Ping really dare to bring Fong Ping here? Did he really think that they could not kill him? The others did not respond to Fong Ping's greeting, nor did they respond. They kept staring at Fong Ping. Fong Ping was not angry. Old antiques were like this. Speaking of which, they deserved a beating. He would definitely feel better if he gave them a beating. He did not communicate with these people. He looked at the underworld god. The underworld god smiled and took a step forward, blocking Fist God and the rest's line of sight. He smiled and said, "Fong Ping, you came from afar. This should be your first time in Chu mainland. Why don't you let Sky Arm accompany you to look around?" "I don't have the time." Fong Ping said helplessly, "Time is of the essence now. The underworld god should understand why I came to Chu mainland. Let's get straight to the point. Why don't we go in and have a chat?" He was not in the mood to tour Chu mainland now. Let's talk about it later. Since the beginner powerhouses were here, it was best to talk now. The underworld god frowned slightly. He was prepared to talk to Fist God and the rest again. But now that both sides could not wait, he could not say anything more. "Then let's talk," the underworld god called out. Behind him, the temple door opened. The underworld god smiled and said, "Please." "Senior underworld god, please." Both sides greeted each other politely and walked toward the temple together. In the temple, the seats were arranged in a circle. Fong Ping, the underworld god, and the rest took their seats. Both sides sat opposite each other. The cat had already jumped onto the Heavenly Hound's head. The Heavenly Hound squatted and occupied a seat too. Old Man Li and Li Hansong sat beside Fong Ping. Soon, tea was served to everyone. Fist God and the rest were slightly impatient. They felt that the beginner martial artists now had more origins. If they had something to say, just say it. Why waste so much time? Fist God glanced at the underworld god. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. He mentioned the cat. The underworld god's gaze changed slightly. He glanced at Fong Ping and said slowly, "The King of Man came to Chu this time to talk about the alliance." "Of course." Fong Ping smiled. "The situation now is very clear. The fellows in the catacombs are inextricably linked to Emperor. Humans and beginner martial artists are Emperor's targets. Our alliance can be said to be a matter of course. Everyone's goal is Emperor. Moreover, there's not much conflict or irreconcilable hatred between us. Working together will benefit both sides. The underworld, God, should understand this. Working together will benefit both sides. In Fang Ping's opinion, this was indeed the case. Otherwise, he would not have come to find Chu. Everyone would benefit. Humans would not benefit from this. What the King of Man said is also to my liking. As soon as the underworld God said this, he felt a few gazes converging on him. The underworld God cursed in his heart. At this moment, someone coughed softly. Soon, someone in the hall spoke. Fang Ping was not too familiar with a heavenly king who had broken 6. At this moment, the heavenly king said in a clear voice, "The King of Man said that working together will benefit both sides. We do not deny this. However, although there are not many grudges between beginner martial artists and humans, there are still some with others. In the past, a powerhouse from our beginner martial artists died in the hands of Tianchen. Fire God was the leader of our beginner martial artists. In the end, he was killed by Tianchen. This person ignored the underworld God's dark expression and continued, and the King of Man should know why all this happened. If there is no Ash Cat, there is nothing wrong with the alliance between humans and beginner martial artists. However, the grudge between Ash Cat and us is hard to resolve. If Ash Cat does not die, the powerhouses of beginner martial artists will not be able to resolve this knot in their hearts. In beginner martial artists, there are 8 heavenly kings, 10 heavenly kings, 32 heavenly kings, and countless powerhouses. Humans have heavenly kings, human kings, and martial kings. They are also very powerful, but the number of heavenly kings is far less than that of beginner martial artists. This person continued, King of Man, if there is no Ash Cat in the meantime, then the powerhouses of beginner martial artists will not object to the alliance. After this person finished speaking, he did not speak anymore. Everyone looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. This person spoke just now with the intention of breaking his consciousness. Fang Ping did not care about this. He smiled and said, "This is all in the past." In the past, Tianchen was also destroyed once. Moreover, Fire God attacked Ash Cat first. These are all in the past. There is no point in mentioning it again. Today, we are also talking about the matter between humans and beginner martial artists. It has nothing to do with Tianchen or Ash Cat. Is it not as useful as killing a cat for both of us to work together? With that energy, wouldn't it be better to deal with the Emperor together? Let's not talk about whether killing Ash Cat can suppress the origin. Even if it can be suppressed, we have to kill Ash Cat first. But the humans will not agree to it. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Regarding the matter with Ash Cat, I actually came to beginner martial this time to be a peacemaker. Even if Ash Cat is really dead, it can't change anything. If we pin our hopes on killing Ash Cat, we might as well pin our hopes on the humans and beginner martial artists alliance." Fang Ping felt that the effect of forming an alliance with the humans was no less than killing Ash Cat. If that was the case, why kill Ash Cat and offend the humans? At this moment, Spear God spoke. He said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, I'm afraid you can't be the peacemaker. The grudge between Ash Cat and me can't be resolved with just a few words." Fang Ping smiled and said, "Senior, you must be joking. How can there be a grudge? As long as the beginner martial seniors don't continue to target Ash Cat. Ash Cat is not the type to take revenge." Revenge? Fist God, who had been silent, suddenly snorted coldly. "Then let it apply for the second trial." After saying that, he looked at Ash Cat on Tengu's head. Was beginner martial afraid of Ash Cat's revenge? Fang Ping frowned. His tone was a little calmer. He said lightly, "Senior, whether it takes revenge or not, this cat won't care. The humans have no intention of starting a dispute over something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now, we're talking about cooperation. The humans are full of sincerity. Otherwise, I wouldn't be the one to talk this time. I brought my teacher and brothers to beginner martial artists to show the humans' sincerity. However, cooperation is mutual. We don't have to be passionate. Beginner martial artists will no longer target Ashkat. This is also an important basis for our cooperation. I also don't want to see our relationship hurt because of a cat. Relationship, Duan Ji said faintly. I'm afraid the human relationship is not as important as killing Ashkat. Fong Ping's expression turned cold. Do you look down on the humans? Or do you think that I'm here to beg beginner martial artists? Fong Ping looked at the underworld god and frowned. Underworld god, is this your sincerity for beginner martial artists? He was too lazy to talk to Duanji. Instead, he looked at the underworld god. The underworld god shouted, Duanji, shut up! He was also a little annoyed. He had only said a few words, and these people had already started to target Fong Ping. If this went on, the discussion would collapse very soon. Underworld, what's the point of saying so much? Spear God said directly, Fong Ping, it's not impossible for the humans and beginner martial artists to form an alliance. Kill Ashkat, and we'll definitely form an alliance with the humans. There are many beginner martial powerhouses. Behind Ashkat, there's no need to worry about Tengu and Tianqin. Fong Ping frowned and looked at him. Kill Ashkat. How many of you are willing to cooperate? That's right. What if we don't kill it? Spear God said coldly, beginner martial artists must kill Ashkat. What if the humans protect Ashkat? Then they'll be the enemy of beginner martial artists. Senior, are you representing yourself or beginner martial artists? I'm the strongest beginner martial artist. What I'm saying is the standpoint of beginner martial artists. Fong Ping looked at the underworld god. The underworld god's expression kept changing. He did not speak. On the other side, Heavenly Arm growled. Spear God, you still can't represent beginner martial artists. Don't misunderstand, King Human. Regarding Ashkat, beginner martial artists haven't reached an agreement yet. There are still differences. We can discuss it again. Fist God shouted coldly. Heavenly Arm, have you forgotten that you're a beginner martial artist or someone from the origin? Heavenly Arm's expression was ugly. Fist God, the humans are willing to cooperate this time. This is an opportunity for both of us. There's no conclusive evidence regarding Ashkat. Jin has broken through 9. King Human is also a powerhouse who has broken through 9. Creation is also a peak 8. The humans were not weak, very strong. Heavenly Arm did not agree to become enemies with the humans because of Ashkat. This was not a wise choice. Everything about the gray cat was just speculation. They had no choice in the past, so they had to do it. Now they had won. Was it not more reliable to cooperate with the humans than an uncertain future? Would killing Ashkat mean that something would definitely happen to the origin? Would something definitely happen to 9 emperors? He did not know. It was not worth it to use an uncertainty in exchange for a fight to the death with the humans. Fist God ignored him. He looked at Fong Ping suddenly. Broken through 9? At this moment, Fist God's vitality suddenly erupted. With a rumble, the pressure shook the sky and engulfed Fong Ping. Off to the side, Duan Ji also chuckled. His mentality shrouded over. It was not an attack, but a test. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. He let out a cold humph. With a rumble, his vitality also erupted, but it was suppressed instantly. Both of them joined forces. In the blink of an eye, Fong Ping's body was suppressed until his body trembled slightly. The stone stool under him cracked a little. Seeing this, Fist God retracted his vitality suppression. He sneered and did not speak. Everyone was a powerhouse. Naturally, they understood. Broken through 9? Right now, Fong Ping was quickly defeated by him and Duanji. He probably did not even have the strength to break through 2 gates. If it were not for Underworld God and the rest, would Fong Ping have been able to break through the Dao Tree? Fist God glanced at Heavenly Arm, boosting others' morale and diminishing his own prestige. According to Heavenly Arm and the rest, King Human was very powerful and vengeful. The key was, did Fong Ping have the right to retaliate against them now? Fong Ping's face was slightly pale. He glanced at them coldly. His avatar had just broken through 8. Naturally, he was no match for these people. Suppress him. Take him down a notch the moment he arrived. What was he trying to do? He was here to negotiate, not to kill. If he really wanted to kill, he should have brought Heavenly King subduing here. Fong Ping was not a good-tempered person. At this moment, he looked at the underworld god. His eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, "Underworld god, who has the final say in new martial arts? I'm the king of humans. This time, I didn't come to new martial arts to be humiliated. Underworld god, don't you want to give me an explanation?" The underworld god frowned and glanced at Fong Ping. He then looked at Fist God and the rest and said softly, "Duanji Fist, stop fooling around. Fooling around?" Fist God yelled, indecisive. No wonder new martial arts has been suppressed all these years and is declining. You've seen it today. The so-called broken through 9, broken through 8 second is a joke. If it weren't for your help that day, how could he have broken through 9? Since the cat is here, then he should be killed. Does he really think that I new martial arts won't dare to kill him? You, the underworld god's eyes were cold. He shouted, "You want to kill him in front of me? Why not?" Fist God shouted coldly, "Seal the door!" As soon as he said that, the temple door closed with a rumble. Duan Ji said faintly, "Underworld, what are you afraid of?" At this moment, the aura in the temple was a little strange. Fong Ping was in a trance. Beside him, Tengu's vitality erupted. He shouted, "How dare you! Fong Ping!" They set up a new martial arts universe in this temple. New martial arts universe. At this moment, the temple was returning to the new martial arts universe. This was the method used to seal the origin of new martial arts. Since Fong Ping dared to enter the temple, Fist God and the rest did not hold back. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, Fong Ping and Tengu were powerhouses who had broken through 8. If he could seal them, wouldn't he be able to kill and capture them whenever he wanted? Fong Ping's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Is this how new martial arts universe treats its guests? If I don't agree, they will kill me? Underworld God, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to attack too? Or is this the decision of the entire new martial arts universe?" Fist God and the rest did not speak. They watched coldly from the sidelines. Since Fong Ping wanted to delay, they were happy to let him. The longer he delayed, the higher the chance of the new martial arts universe sealing him. If Fong Ping continued to delay, soon Tengu and Fong Ping's ranks would drop. Fong Ping ignored them. He licked his lips. "I haven't attacked yet, but you guys attacked first. Forcing me to kill you? Fine. I'd like to see if this is what everyone in new martial arts universe means, or if it's just Fist God and the rest. If it doesn't work, I'll just kill them all." Chapter 1406. Fong Ping, what are you waiting for? These guys are stalling for time on purpose. Tengu roared. It knew that Fong Ping had broken 9, but no one understood Fong Ping's Tao. New martial heaven and earth had sealed its origin. After Fong Ping was sealed, how strong would he be? Even if he had broken 9, many of them had broken 8. If they really attacked Fong Ping, could Fong Ping win? Tengu was dissatisfied with Fong Ping's delay. It wanted to attack, but it knew that it was no match for these people. What was Fong Ping waiting for? What was Fong Ping waiting for? Fong Ping was waiting for an answer that would allow him to kill people with peace of mind. Before he came, he had made preparations for this. What preparations? Destroy New Martial Heaven and the others. But now Sky Arm and the others did not seem to be hostile. If he killed all of them, Fong Ping felt that he was really becoming a demon. Therefore, Fong Ping was not in a hurry. You can't run. Fong Ping said something meaningful. He looked at the underworld god again and said calmly, You guys have cooperated with me a lot. Now that Fist God and the others want to kill us, I, Fong Ping, am a vengeful person. Even if I die, I will drag others down with me. You guys, is this new Martial Heaven's intention? Or is it their personal intention? The underworld god looked at him, his eyes flickering for a moment. Fong Ping was calm. He was slightly panicking. Why was he so calm? Was Heavenly King suppressing coming? Or was there another reason? Before he could speak, Sky Arm said, Fong Ping, this is not new Martial Heaven's intention. If that's the case, Fong Ping chuckled, then the seniors are not willing to set things right. Tengu and I are both broken 8. If the seniors are willing to help, Fist God and the others can't do anything to us. Sky Arm frowned. Spear God said coldly, Fong Ping, stop dreaming. Of course, if you behave yourself, we won't kill you. After you kill the cat, we can still cooperate. Meow. The cat was innocent. It interrupted. The cat didn't come. I am the tiger. What does killing the cat have to do with us? Fong Ping rubbed his temples. All right, why are you still playing dumb? This dumb cat, do you think everyone is blind? The underworld god was speechless. The dumb cat was really stupid. Everyone didn't recognize you because you thought that everyone knew who you were. Fong Ping judged for a while and said again, Seniors, in 20 seconds at most, the beginner martial world will seal our origin. When that time comes, I'm afraid there's no turning back. Are you going to set things right, or are you going to watch us get killed? Seniors, please decide quickly. Fong Ping was very calm. He looked at Sky Arm and the rest, then at the broken sevens and SXS in the field and laughed. It won't be that easy to kill me, Fong Ping. Today, I came here calmly to discuss cooperation with Chu Wu. I am very sincere. In the end, a few pieces of rat poop came and ruined our cooperation, and now they want to kill me. Everyone, to put it bluntly, even if you don't make a move, it means that you have the intention of watching us get killed. At that time, they would all be enemies. Fists and kicks have no eyes, so I, Fong Ping, will not hold back anymore. In other words, if you don't help me, then you are my enemy. Even those who were watching were enemies. I, Fong Ping, believed in you. The underworld god believed in you, Sky Arm. That was why I entered the core of Chua mainland, entered the temple, and entered the encirclement. Now, your people want to kill me. You can't just show kindness. You have to take action. If you don't help me, then you are my enemy. If I kill you, I won't feel bad, and I won't feel that I have harmed the innocent. This was Fong Ping's intention. At this moment, Ironhead and Old Man had already stood up, surrounding Fong Ping. Ironhead looked at Sky Arm and growled, Senior Sky Arm, Fong Ping came to Chu alone because he believed in you. Do you really want to kill him? All these years he has fought everywhere, and those who wanted to kill him are all dead. Time passed very quickly. Sky Arm and the rest's expressions changed drastically. It was not a problem to reprimand Fist God. It was also not a big deal to have a verbal conflict with Fist God and the rest. However, Fong Ping's intention was clear. Help him. Fight Fist God and the rest together. This was not a simple question of being kind to the human race. Once they attacked, they would completely split with Fist God and the rest. Both sides would shed all pretense of cordiality, and Chu would have internal strife and internal strife. To them, this was an extremely difficult choice. The underworld god's expression changed. He said quickly, Fist God, let them go. If you want to kill Cat, wait until they leave. When two countries are at war, envoys are not to be killed. Ignorant. Fist God snorted coldly. The underworld god was too ignorant. What was there to not kill envoys at this time? Go back. Zhan was a broken 9. How could he be so easy to deal with? Tian Chen was still behind Cat. He was also a peak broken 8. Now was the best opportunity. At this time, the 5 broken 8 powerhouses had already split up in 4 directions, surrounding Fong Ping and the rest. On the periphery, more than 10 heavenly kings also moved out, surrounding Fong Ping and the rest in the middle. If Fong Ping did not attack now, they would not attack either. When their origin was sealed, they would not have to pay any price to kill Fong Ping and the rest. Howl! Heavenly Hound howled at the sky. It could not hold on any longer. It felt like its origin was being sealed. Fong Ping, Heavenly Hound was anxious. If they wanted to kill, they should do so now. Once their origin was sealed, they might not even be able to kill a single person, even if they died. It would be a huge loss. What was Fong Ping thinking? Fong Ping wanted to put an end to this once and for all. Fist God and the rest straightforwardness made Fong Ping very straightforward too. They were dead meat. Right now, Fong Ping was not giving them a chance. He was giving the underworld god and the rest a chance. On the underworld god side, there were 3 broken 8 powerhouses, dozens of broken 6 and broken 7 powerhouses. They were all looking at the underworld god. After all, Fist God and the rest had just returned. It would not be so easy to take away the underworld god's leadership. These people were all looking at the underworld god. No matter what the underworld god decided, they would follow, whether to let Fong Ping and the rest go or not. It was all up to the underworld god. At this moment, Heavenly Arm's expression changed. On the other side, Iron Head was winking at him. Heavenly Arm glanced at him, not quite understanding what he meant. Asking for help? Or was there something else? Why was Fong Ping so calm? Honestly, if they killed Fong Ping, Heavenly Hound, and Old Cat now, would the beginner martial powerhouses really not be tempted? Even if it was him, Heavenly Arm, would he not be tempted? But he was really a little terrified. 5! Fong Ping began the countdown. 3! If you don't decide, then you'll be making the humans your enemy. Fong Ping's voice was faint. Iron Head could not help but shout, Senior. Heavenly Arm, are you rebelling? Divine Sovereign Justice's voice was cold. Were they rebelling against beginner martial artists? At this moment, Sky Arm gritted his teeth. No, he was panicking. Fong Ping was too calm. Something was wrong. Stop! Heavenly Arm roared. He broke through the air and stood in front of Fong Ping and the rest. He shouted, Fist God, King Man, and the rest only went deep into beginner martial artists because they believed in us. Since when would beginner martial artists do such despicable things? If we want to fight and survive, then we can also kill strong enemies and exterminate Old Cat openly. Now we're luring them into beginner martial artists. Such despicable actions are not what beginner martial artists would do. Heavenly Arm's face was red. There was urgency, unease, and dissatisfaction. Fist God and the rest had just come out and caused chaos in the situation. This was not what they wanted. When Heavenly Arm moved, the 5 or 6 Heavenly King powerhouses beside him also moved slightly. They were Heavenly Arm's people. Every powerhouse who had broken 8 was a leader of beginner martial artists. Naturally, they had followers. Fist God said coldly, Heavenly Arm, are you rebelling against beginner martial artists? Heavenly Arm said angrily, Be *starred. You've been suppressed for 8,000 years. In these 8,000 years, if not for us, beginner martial artists would have been exterminated long ago. You have no right to tell me what to do. Rebelling against beginner martial artists. What right do you have to say all this? Just as he was in a rage, Fong Ping said faintly, Senior, my origin has been sealed. Rumble. Fong Ping's aura slipped, falling to breaking 7 in an instant. Fong Ping murmured, Senior, are you deliberately delaying my time? On the other side, Heavenly Hound was almost angered to death. I asked you to attack, but you didn't. What should I do now? He turned his head and thought, so fast? Fong Ping's origin was sealed just like that? It couldn't be. Could it be he was deliberately tricking them? Heavenly Hound growled in a low voice. It was not sure of Fong Ping's purpose. It had wanted to kill its way out long ago, but Old Cat kept pulling its ear, not letting it go. This made Heavenly Hound a little uneasy and suspicious. Fong Ping. Could it be that he wanted to catch all beginner martial artists in one fell swoop? If that was really the case, then he was too evil. Did he have the ability to do so? Beginner Martial Heavenly King 50. This was not something Tianqin could compare to. Fong Ping's aura slipped, sighing. Senior, there's no countdown now. Can you protect us? If you can't, it's better to die in your hands. Fong Ping's aura slipped. Everyone's gaze was a little strange. Fist God and the rest felt a little relieved. After all, Fong Ping had killed Breaking Nine before. It was impossible to say that they were not a little afraid. Now, although Heavenly Arm had stopped them, he had also destroyed Fong Ping and the rest's chance to fight to the death. Fist God was starting to suspect if Heavenly Arm did it on purpose. Heavenly Arm's face turned paler. Fong Ping did not make a move even when his origin was sealed? You must be kidding me. With Fong Ping's personality, if his origin was really sealed and he stood in front of him at the last moment, it would be strange if he did not kill him. Fong Ping did not make a move. Would he just watch helplessly as he stood in front of him and his origin was sealed? Would he believe it? Heavenly Arm was even more panicked. He looked at Fist God and the rest and shouted, "Release the seal and let them go!" As soon as he said that, he shouted angrily, "Dark, what are you hesitating for? Do you want to sit and watch beginner martial artists be destroyed?" Dark God's eyes flickered. Very soon he sighed and walked forward, looking at Fist God and the rest, saying softly, "Let them go! Release the seal. If you really want to kill Old Cat, we can wait until the battlefield. Now is not the time. Beginner martial artists are not the scheming type." "Foolish! Foolish!" Fist God snorted coldly. He looked at the powerhouses around him and shouted, "Dark is an idiot! In times of crisis, are you going to betray beginner martial artists with them? If Old Cat is killed, the Emperor and Origin martial artist strength will definitely be greatly reduced. Beginner martial artists are not afraid of any forces. What should they do? Today was also a huge decision for beginner martial artists. Should they follow Dark God or Fist God? They thought that beginner martial artist strength had increased greatly this time. Who knew that there would be a scene of internal strife? At this moment, someone made a decision. On Dark God's side, a few people hesitated, gritted their teeth, and flew toward Fist God and the rest. They also wanted to kill Old Cat. They also wanted beginner martial artists to become dominators. The opportunity was too rare. They did not want to give it up. Fist God and the rest were not surprised. In their opinion, this was the choice beginner martial artists should make. Dark God and the rest had been scared out of their wits by the Origin and had fallen. The last powerhouse to break 8, Huan, also had a complicated expression at this moment. He did not expect things to turn out this way. At this moment, he sighed and walked to Dark God and the rest, sighing, "Let them go. Kill Fong Ping and the rest. The humans will not let this go." Fist God, consciousness severing, "Give up." Fist God's face was livid. The 3 broken 8s who stayed behind actually chose to stop him. Fist God did not say a word. He looked coldly at the powerhouses around him. "Do you want to be like these traitors? All of you have forgotten how your ancestors were killed by the Source. Have you forgotten how Fire God was killed by Tianqin for beginner martial artists? Now the opportunity to kill Old Cat is right in front of you. Do you want to be like these traitors and fall?" Awoo! At this moment, Tengu roared angrily. Its chi activity slipped instantly. It was really sealed. Broken 6. The sealed Tengu only had the strength of a broken 6. As for Tai Tu, he had a broken 8 true path. These people could not seal him. Of course, these people could not even sense this. They had sealed Tai Tu. At least his virtual path was sealed. Old Man Li did not even have the origin path. In their senses, naturally he was also sealed. Previously, consciousness severing was still a little doubtful. He did not feel much when he sealed Fong Ping. This was not right. According to the beginner Martial Heaven and Earth sealing method, the entire small world was converted into a beginner Martial Heaven and Earth. If it was to be sealed, it should be sealed together. In the end, Fong Ping was sealed first. Could it be that Fong Ping was too weak? His Tao was too weak? Maybe it was. However, now that Tengu was sealed, these people had no more doubts. Not only Tengu, some of the beginner martial heavenly kings present, some of whom cultivated the origin, were in a sealed state at the same time. These people did not look right, but they could not say anything. Tengu being sealed meant that all of them were sealed. Anyway, Old Cat and Fong Ping did not show any abnormalities. These two actually did not have Tao. Even Fong Ping's installed Tao was also compressed very short. At this moment it was indeed sealed. However, Fong Ping did not care. It was consciousness severing who dominated the beginner martial heaven and earth. If consciousness severing was killed, the seal would naturally be broken. In fact, they didn't even have to kill each other. Fong Ping and the cat's mentality were very strong. If not for the fact that they did not use their mentality, it was almost impossible for consciousness breaker to seal them. At this time, 3 beginner martial artists at level 8 stopped them. 5 at level 7 stood on the underworld god side, and there were about 20 people at level 6. There weren't many people on fist god side, but they weren't weak. 5 had broken through 8, 5 had broken through 7, and more than 60 had broken through. Many people on the infernal deity's side were also sealed. Almost all those who cultivated the origin were on the infernal deity's side. They knew that the fist god and the others were hostile to the origin, so they naturally wouldn't choose them. In this way, the difference in strength between the two sides was very big. However, the fist god didn't want Chu Wu to really split. He shouted again, "Do you really want to do this?" Ming, after killing the ash cat, the source will definitely be in chaos. Others might not know about this, but don't tell me you don't know about this. The god of the underworld sighed and said, I said I can kill the cat, but not now. Fist attack now. Chu Wu is a traitor. What difference is there between him and the emperors of the past? Fong Ping did not come here for fist god and the rest. He couldn't let this happen. Otherwise, it would go against his original intention. The fist god was also furious. Bastard idiot. The opportunity was right in front of them, and they were still talking about being a traitor. Fong Ping looked at their confrontation and sighed. Do we really have to do this? Once we attack, we'll be mortal enemies, a great hatred that won't end until one of us dies. Isn't it better for Chu Wu to cooperate with the humans? I really don't want to stain my hands with blood anymore. Old Man Li rolled his eyes. From his point of view, Fong Ping was doing it on purpose. If this kid really exposed his full strength, Chu Wu might not dare to move, but he just wouldn't do it. Obviously, he also had the intention to kill. Of course, it was the beginners who attacked first. Old Man Li couldn't be bothered to say anything. If these people didn't give up, they would be digging their own graves. Fong Ping was not a pushover. If you dared to attack, he would definitely kill. Tianqin and the Ash Cat were on such good terms. If it wasn't for the Ash Cat's pleading, Fong Ping would have killed him. In the end, it was still the Sky Garrison King who suppressed Tianqin. These people had no friendship with Fong Ping. Everyone's interests were just linked. Now, in Fong Ping's eyes, they might be dead people. Fong Ping sighed again. Previously, Senior Yuan Hua died in battle, perishing together with the weapon master. That day, I felt that beginners really have guts. They're too similar to humans. Even earlier, the sacred martial god surrounded us and almost got killed by me. That day, even though a few beginners knew that they were no match for me, they still fought to the death. Really, I was a little touched. This is Chu Wu. This is the senior who founded the martial arts. Although some of them have fallen, there are still some who are like us humans. They will never lower their heads. Even if they die in battle, they will fight for glory. I admire those people. But Fong Ping looked at the few people in front of him and suddenly laughed. But you guys really made me lose all of my good impression of Chu Wu. I was wrong. Where there are people, there will be martial arts. You guys aren't very capable, but you're good at fighting for power. Look, it's only been a few days since I came back, and people like the Underworld God are already standing aside. Why don't I just get rid of them this time, so they won't be an obstacle to you guys? Fist God said coldly, no matter how vicious your words are, you won't be able to sway me. I only wanted to kill the cat and gave you a chance. Since you didn't want it, I won't be merciful anymore. Fong Ping laughed and said faintly, Senior Sky Arm, we want to leave. Can you guys escort us out? Sky Arm's expression changed. Very quickly he said in a low voice, All right, let them go. As soon as he said that, Sky Arm's vitality erupted. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was the divine spear of the Weapon Master. That day when he killed the Weapon Master, Yuan Hua and the Weapon Master perished together. In the end, this spear was given to Sky Arm, Yuan attack. Spear God walked out, a long spear also appearing in his hand. He shouted, Get out of my way. I'll spare your life today. Otherwise, you traitor, I'll suppress you even if you don't die. Traitor? Sky Arm gritted his teeth. I'm a traitor? That's right. Bastard. Sky Arm was furious. All these years he had racked his brains for Chu Wu. Now he was labeled as a traitor. Was he worried about Fong Ping and the others? He was worried about Chu Wu. Something was wrong with Fong Ping. Something was very wrong. He was really worried that something would happen. Even if Fist God and the others did not get along with him, he did not want to see anything happen to them. However, did these people really understand him? They only knew how to kill. Otherwise, they would not have been suppressed in the past. The origin was powerful. Blindly killing would not solve the problem. The 9 emperors were the root of the problem. Did these people understand? Fong Ping and the others were not. Fong Ping was just gambling on luck. This was not what he wanted. Sky Arm was flustered and exasperated, but he did not know how to start. He had told them a few times how dangerous Fong Ping was, but no one took it seriously. Even if he said it again, these people would not take it seriously. Underworld God, Illusion, escort Fong Ping and the others out. Sky Arm did not want to waste any more time. He would talk after sending these bombs Fong Ping and the others away. Trying to leave? Spear God shouted coldly, pointing a long spear at Sky Arm. Then you stay too. Dark, you want to stop me? Fist God also looked at Underworld God, his expression cold. Underworld God also made a decision at this time. He sighed and said, People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Beginner martial is a myriad of paths, not just one. You and I have different ideas. I won't force you, but Fong Ping and the others are here because of me. Let them go. These people, you block me, I block you. At this moment, they all ignored Fong Ping and the others. Fong Ping waved at Fong Ping, who leaped over. Fong Ping said telepathically, Later, you and I will shock broken consciousness together and break the seal first. Otherwise, this idiot doggy is too weak. Break the seal first. Once broken consciousness was killed, Heavenly Hound would regain its strength. My clone will deal with Staff Saint. Heavenly Hound will deal with Divine Sovereign Justice. You trap Spear God. I'll play with Fist God, Fong Ping said telepathically. He was ready to capture all of them in one fell swoop, including those beginner martial powerhouses behind them. As for Underworld God and the others, it would be fine if they did not interfere later. If they did, Fong Ping would not be polite. That was good. Beginner martial would return to its previous state. Even if the remaining 3 had broken 8, they would not be able to do anything. To be honest, 8 of them had broken 8, and Fist God was close to breaking 9. Fong Ping might not trust them. As for whether the Underworld God and the others would hate him if he killed them, it did not matter. Even if he hated them, he would hide it in his heart. Otherwise, Fong Ping would still attack. After discussing with Fong Ping asked Old Man Li and Iron Head to stay by Fong Ping's side. It would be safer this way. As for himself, he was ready to attack at any time to slay Broken Consciousness. Beginner Marshall's side was still wrangling. Fong Ping said impatiently, "Are you done? I've already crushed the Spirit Jade. Heavenly King Suppressing will be here soon. Why don't we wait for Heavenly King Suppressing to arrive before we discuss?" As soon as he said that, Fist God made a decision instantly. He shouted, "Tack! Underworld, if you dare to stop me, I'll kill you too." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch. This punch was terrifyingly rich in vitality. Even Underworld God's expression changed slightly. A scythe appeared in his hand instantly. With a slash, he shouted, "Enough! Do you really want to lead Beginner Marshall to a dead end? Following you is a dead end." Rumble. Both of them exchanged blows. The others did not hesitate and attacked one after another. Heavenly Arm was extremely anxious. "We can't attack. B** stards. Have you forgotten the reputation of Kingman? D** it. These idiots." As soon as he said that, Spear God shouted coldly, cowardly as a mouse, "You don't deserve to be a Beginner Marshal. Motherf **cur. Heavenly Arm was furious. That was Fong Ping who killed Broken Nine. He was not an ordinary martial artist. Did these idiots really think that it was the Underworld God's doing? D** it. Rumble. The two spears clashed. Heavenly Arm's ability was not as good as Spear God's, but Spear God could not do anything to him in the short term. "Huan, break the seal and let Fong Ping and the others leave." Heavenly Arm growled. Huan was also a mentality powerhouse. Broken Consciousness was not as good as him. If the seal was broken, Fong Ping and the others could naturally leave. After they left, it would be easier to settle the internal affairs. Now that Fong Ping and the others were in the middle, some things could not be said too clearly. Huan's mentality had just erupted when Heavenly Palm slapped him. He snorted coldly. "Traitor!" Huan did not say anything. His mentality manifested and instantly fought with the other party. At this moment, Broken Consciousness was maintaining the seal. Staff Saint walked towards them with a staff in hand, his expression cold. Because of these guys, a beginner martial artist had an internal conflict. They deserved to die. Fong Ping rubbed his chin. They really did it? Now that the Rod Saint has come to them alone, should I kill him or not? Fong Ping thought for a while and looked at Staff Saint. "Forget it. I'll give you a chance. It's best if you cherish it. If you don't, then the first person to die will be Broken Consciousness." Fong Ping grabbed the cat on his shoulder and sighed. "Forget it. I'll give you the cat. Just kill the cat. This has nothing to do with me." A sneer appeared on Staff Saint's face. As for Fong Ping, he grabbed the cat and tossed it toward Staff Saint. "Pray for your own luck. It's best if you leave. If you don't, Cat Broken Nine, my real body is there." Staff Saint was not strong. He had just broken 8 and his vitality was 22 million calories. Honestly, this kind of powerhouse was an ultimate powerhouse in the past. Now he was really nothing. 2 Broken Nine powerhouses plotted against him together. It was his luck. The cat was innocent and confused. When it was tossed out, it advised kindly, "Go, don't hit me. I'm very strong. So are liars. You should go or you'll die." To Staff Saint, this was a mockery. This cat, on the brink of death, still dared to mock him. "You're very strong? How strong are you? Kill." He did not respond at all. With a sweep of his staff, the void exploded. He wanted to kill the cat with one strike. This strike was with all his strength. He was worried that Fong Ping and the others would come to stop him. Although they were not considered strong now, if they killed the cat, it could also stop the Underworld God and the others from thinking. Perhaps there would be no more internal conflict. At this moment, Heavenly Arm was scared out of his wits. He shouted, "Stop!" It was better if he did not shout. The more he shouted, the more Staff Saint went all out, faster and faster. Kill. This heavenly arm fellow was really obsessed. If he killed the cat, the origin would be in turmoil. When the time came, the beginner martial artists would be the strongest. Even Zhen and the others would be affected. If they attacked together and destroyed the three realms' origin, would they be afraid of the arrival of the emperor? Kill. Staff Saint shouted again. The long staff descended, hitting the cat's head. He could already see the cat's head exploding. This strike, with all his might, could definitely kill the cat, even if this cat had forged jade bones. So what? Did this cat know how to use it? Did it know combat techniques? Staff Saint. Heavenly arm roared, feeling anxious. Danger, very dangerous. Why would Fong Ping throw the cat out for you to kill? You don't understand Fong Ping at all. This was big trouble. Could it be that Zhen was hiding in the cat's world? Previously, the cat had hidden the monster emperor. This Staff Saint fellow did not know, but how could they not know? However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned for a moment. They were all watching the cat fall. However, at this moment, the cat curled its tail and curled it around the long staff. It said pitifully, "Cats don't fight. Don't hit cats." It did not fight back. It just entangled the long staff. However, Staff Saint's all-out attack was entangled and could not land. Staff Saint's expression changed drastically. How was this possible? He could not accept it. Without another word, he went all out. Vitality gushed out from his entire body, and the long staff glowed blood red. However, with his limit of more than 20 million calories, how could he break free from the cat's control? At this moment, the cat's mouth opened wide. A human voice was heard. Really, why did he have to die? He's too easy to kill. Sigh, idiot. Staff Saint went all out, almost without any defense. All of his vitality flowed into the long staff. The long staff was entangled by the cat. Two broken 9 martial artists working together to kill one broken 8 martial artist. Moreover, he was a beginner. Fong Ping felt that it was too much of a bully. He did not want to bully others like this. However, it was better to be straightforward. Less Staff Saint suffered. At this moment, a Changdao floated out slowly. Very slowly. It floated out from the cat's mouth. The speed was not fast at all, and there was no leakage of energy. Like a child, it raised the Changdao and aimed, slashing at Staff Saint's head. It was really very slow. However, Staff Saint wanted to dodge, retreat, and leave, but he could not do it. Staff Saint's eyes widened. What was this? He felt like he was in a trance. Behind him, Tengu sympathized with him. 2 broken 9 martial artists against 1. His death was worth it. It was equivalent to 2 martial emperors against him in the past. Was his death worth it? The long saber fell lightly. With just a slash, it was effortless. With a splat, Staff Saint was cut in half from head to tail. Very easy. It was like cutting tofu. Staff Saint was not jade. His vitality was strong, but his jade bones were not completely forged. At this moment, he was cut in half by the chaos-vanquishing saber. His skull cracked. If it were a normal saber, he might not die. But now he was dead. Chaos-vanquishing saber, slashing thousands of Daos. Dead body, dead body. The Rod Saint was still in the state of striking, but his eyes gradually dimmed. The Changdao gently cut him in half. At this moment, endless vitality gushed out. Endless vitality gushed out. Fong Ping was a little surprised. This was similar to the lifeless vitality he encountered in the king's battleground. Was this how a beginner martial artist was killed? No wonder those martial emperors killed beginner martial artists and gained a lot of benefits. Staff Saint was not considered strong among broken 8 martial artists, but his vitality was terrifyingly strong. Fong Ping was too lazy to take it. With one slash, he sent the 2 halves of the corpse flying, landing in front of Old Manly. Among those present, Staff Saint's vitality should be the most helpful to Old Manly. No matter what, he was still a broken 8 martial artist. Everyone was silent for a moment. With such a light slash, Staff Saint was cut in half and sent flying. At this moment, everyone could not react. What happened? What happened to Staff Saint? He was cut in half, but that did not mean he was dead. Beginner martial artists had strong vitality. What was Staff Saint doing? He was gathering his flesh. Also, who cut Staff Saint open? Everyone had countless thoughts. At this moment, Heavenly Arm's eyes revealed a touch of sorrow. Dead. Staff Saint was dead. As expected, his guess was right. There was a powerhouse in Cat's world. It was not Jin. It was Fong Ping. Fong Ping? There were two Fong Pings. Heavenly Arm was howling, but he did not know how to howl. At this moment, Fist God reacted. His expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Consciousness Breaker, go!" "Why are you going?" Fong Ping wore a smile. Almost as if he had teleported, he walked to Consciousness Breaker's side, his mentality erupting. On the other side, Cat Tail waved the long staff, his mentality erupting too. Two powerhouses whose mentality had gone through a qualitative change used their mentality together to shock Consciousness Breaker. Consciousness Breaker fell into a momentary trance. At this moment, Fong Ping raised a saber, pointed it at his head, and chuckled. "It's good that you're in a trance. There's no pain. I've freed you." The Chongdao fell slowly. Uft! His head was cut off. Fong Ping grabbed a piece of crystal that condensed quickly. He laughed. A broken 8 mentality crystal. That's good. It was a rare item. Rumble. The basilica exploded. The beginner martial world collapsed. Consciousness Breaker was dead. In that instant, 2 broken 8 martial artists did not even have time to react. They were finished off by Fong Ping and Cattail. 2 emperors against a broken 8 martial artist. There was no way they could survive. Dead. The 2 broken 8 martial artists who died probably did not come to their senses until the moment they died. What happened? Consciousness Breaker. Fist God's eyes were red. How could this be? How could Consciousness Breaker and Staff Saint die just like that? Impossible. He dared not believe it. He did not want to believe it. No, it could not be true. Definitely not. It was an illusion. Yes, it was an illusion. Fong Ping and Cat Tail created an illusion. Fist God was going crazy. He did not believe it. He really did not believe it. Chapter 1407. The Rod Saint was dead. His sense severing was dead. The beginner martial realm was broken. At this moment, the experts were in disbelief. Fong Ping, on the other hand, pursed his lips, feeling a little regretful. He said softly, "They should have blown it up a little. Even if they die, they won't be able to show off." What a pity. If 2 died and 8 were destroyed, wouldn't the world be shaken? You're not shaking your origin. Why don't you move? In the end, his death was not even as big as the commotion of a paragon. Fong Ping felt that it was too much of a pity. This was the first time he had killed more than 8 with his own hands. He was not the one who killed the weapon master. The path tree he had killed earlier was Pidgeot, breaking 8. First clear. Fong Ping felt a little regretful. Wielding his glaive, he looked at the dumbfounded people and smiled. "Why are you looking at me? Big Dog, divine sovereign justice is yours. Big Cat, spear god is yours. Fist God, let me play with you?" As he said that, Fong Ping strode forward, slashing with his saber. With a rumble, a broken 7 was directly cut in half by him. Qi and blood surged from the corpse. Fong Ping flicked his Chongdao and sent it flying, landing on Old Man Li's side once more. Fong Ping was smiling, but he looked like a demon. Killing people was too easy. His clone was currently rushing towards the heavenly kings who had broken through to the 7th level. Sky Arm and the rest were still in a daze. Very soon, the underworld god came to his senses and roared, "No, Fong Ping, they don't know anything. They just came out of the sky cemetery. Fong Ping laughed. "Since he's so stupid, then I'll just kill him. Nether God, we are still friends. Will Chu Wu be destroyed, or will they be destroyed?" I believe that you have a very good choice. Fang Ping, a look of despair appeared in the Nether God's eyes. He didn't want to kill Fist God and the others. Seriously, there weren't many beginner martial artists left. Breaking through 8 out of 8 was their foundation and everything to them. Now 2 of them were dead. The Fist God was close to breaking 9. He was the hope of beginner martial artists. But now it was over. It was really over. Fang Ping was a rank 9 powerhouse. The Fist God came back to his senses and suddenly seemed to have aged a lot. Looking at Fang Ping, Fist God then looked at Consciousness Breaker and Rod Saint, who were killed. His voice was slightly hoarse. You've broken 9? Fang Ping laughed. Why don't you guess? You! Why didn't you say anything before? Fist God was going a little crazy. Previously, Fang Ping had said that he would not make a move. Fang Ping chuckled. Humans, why are they all like this? What does it have to do with you that I'm breaking through the 9th level? Why should I tell you? He laughed mockingly. Why should I tell you? Can I hold back? The Fist God's eyes were bloodshot. He, the Rod Saint, and the others had been suppressed for 8,000 years and had only been out for a few days. Even the emperors of the past were not among them. Today, 2 out of the 5 of them had died. 9 breakthrough. So what if you've broken through 9? The Fist God roared and his blood was burning. There was a loud boom. Fist God's chi and blood were terrifyingly strong. He burned his chi and blood directly. So what if he was at breakthrough 9? Fang Ping. He wanted to kill Fang Ping for revenge. So powerful. Fang Ping praised. So strong. Even if the Tao tree is alive, it might not be able to kill you. There's still a chance that you can escape this calamity. Too strong. Fist God's vitality was close to 40 million calories. Now that he was burning his vitality, there were faint signs of him breaking through to the 9th heaven. If the Tao tree revived and fought with the Fist God, even if the Fist God was no match for it, there was still hope for him to escape. But now the beginner martial realm had been broken. Fang Ping's limit had exceeded 60 million calories. This was the result of the emperor's tens of thousands of years of cultivation after they had proven their Tao. Only then did they reach Fang Ping's level. The difference was more than 20 million calories. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He did not panic. Grinning, he casually slashed a broken 6 Heavenly King in half. With another flick, he flew toward Ironhead. I'm a devil. Even the 9 emperors have used beginner martial cultivation. I won't stand on ceremony then. Thank you, Fist God, for your gift. Fang Ping laughed heartily. The Fist God's eyes were bloodshot. Without saying anything else, he threw a punch at Fang Ping. Fang Ping had a playful look on his face. You don't say. I haven't tried Dong Huang's methods before. Why don't I use you to practice today? As he said that, some vitality and mentality emerged in the void. The Fist God's mentality was not strong. Fang Ping could capture it quickly. The fist shadow fell into it instantly. With a boom, like a chemical reaction, the 3 forces merged in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a large amount of force emerged. Fang Ping laughed. This move was really useful. The powerful vitality in the force was all provided by the Fist God himself. With a flick of Fang Ping's Changdao, the force cluster flew out. A broken 7 powerhouse was just about to fight Fang Ping's clone when the force cluster descended instantly. The Fist God had gone all out. His vitality was only a part of it. One could imagine how powerful this force cluster was. Boom! With a loud bang, the broken 7 powerhouse exploded into pieces directly. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Too strong. It's a pity that it's gone. Even the weapon is gone. Fist God, don't use too much force. The Fist God's eyes were blood red, almost dripping blood. How's method? The Fist God roared like a beast. This was Dong Huang's method. That broken 7 could also be said to have died in his hands. Impossible. How could Fang Ping be so strong? Even if he was a broken nine, and he was vaguely a broken nine, Fong Ping would not have been able to deal with him so easily. No, he dared not believe that this was true. Fong Ping's method was even stronger than some of the emperors 10,000 years ago. Not 30,000 years ago, but 10,000 years ago. The fist god roared and charged toward Fong Ping again. This time, it was not a vitality bombardment. Instead, it was a direct attack toward Fong Ping. He wanted to fight in close combat. Fong Ping, the underworld god, was in a daze. His expression was too complicated. No, too many people had died. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them had broken 8, 2 of them had broken 7, and a few of them had broken 6. No, if they continued to die, the loss of new martial arts would be too great. On the other side, Heavenly Hound had completely suppressed Divine Palm Sect. Cat was almost playing with Spear God. This cat, with its tail wrapped around Saint of Staff's long staff, was hitting Spear God's head. Each hit was a bump, as if it wanted to beat Spear God into Sakyamuni. Spear God was going crazy. Right now he was roaring crazily. Shame! Cat was humiliating him. Divine Arm, the underworld god, suddenly looked at Divine Arm, a pleading expression on his face. Stop killing. If they continued, Fist God and the rest would die, and new martial arts would be half crippled. But now he understood. Fong Ping had broken 9, and it was not just a simple breakthrough. Cat seemed to have broken 9 as well. Heavenly Hound had broken 2. These people were too strong, unless the 3 of them joined forces with Fist God and the rest. But he was afraid. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid that new martial arts would be completely destroyed. Fong Ping was much stronger than the emperor who had appeared earlier. He was afraid that if the few of them attacked, they would die, and the whole of new martial arts would be destroyed. No. Divine Arm, Divine Arm. The underworld god looked at Divine Arm was on good terms with Fong Ping. This was their only hope. Divine Arm was also in a daze, but now he had sobered up. He shouted hurriedly, King Li New Martial Arts is willing to surrender. Fist God and the rest have just come out of the heavenly cemetery. They don't know how powerful King Li is. King Li, spare them. New Martial Arts is willing to surrender. Surrender? Fong Ping asked with interest. The next moment, Fist God suddenly said angrily, Surrender? Get lost. Since this old man has eyes but failed to see, I will die in his hands. New martial arts will never surrender. Kill. Fist suppresses all realms. Fist God threw a punch. The entire basilica was instantly torn apart, completely shattered. With a loud bang, the entire mainland was shaking. Between heaven and earth, a shadow of a fist covered the 3 realms. Fong Ping glanced at it and smiled. There's still some movement. At this moment, Fist God had even broken 9. His vitality was burning fiercely. In an instant, he bombarded Fong Ping with thousands of punches. Fong Ping said mildly, Before you die, you still have some manliness. It's just that you're too stupid. I, Fong Ping, am so easy to provoke. Does the 3 realms still need to be afraid of me? He said it matter-of-factly. Fist God was good at everything. It was just that he had been locked up for too long. His mind was not clear. Fong Ping believed that this person also wanted to fight for new martial arts, but I, Fong Ping, am not your stepping stone. Kill. Fong Ping did not hold back. He did not care about Divine Arm, Fist God, and the rest. He must kill them. If he gave up after killing a few, then he would really leave behind trouble. Divine Arm and the rest could only buy their own lives, not Fist God and the rest's. At this moment, even if the 3 of them attacked, Fong Ping was not afraid. This was because Fong Ping had already crushed the jade pendant again. The suppressing Heavenly King was really coming, although he did not know if he would curse. Even if he did, it would be useless. This old man still had to attack when it was time. 3 emperors came to kill you new martial arts. That's good enough, right? In the battle with Fist God, Fong Ping slashed again and again, slashing Fist God until blood splattered all over his body. As for Fong Ping, he wandered on the battlefield, completely controlling the overall situation. Uft! Another break 7 was killed. Go! Fist God roared. His jade bones, flesh, and blood were all burning. Go! This old man has let you down. Go! Fist God roared, his voice mixed with pain. He had misjudged the situation. The powerhouses who followed them were being slaughtered. These people were all pure new martial arts. Those who cultivated the origin were almost all on the underworld god side. After this defeat, new martial arts would really decline completely. On the underworld god side, there were only more than 10 pure new martial arts. The rest were on his side. Sir, Master, those powerhouses were also bathed in blood and killing. They were unwilling, sad, resentful. However, was it useful? Boom! A peak break 6 powerhouse knelt down with a bang. His voice was like crying blood, shouting at the top of his lungs, Lord Underworld God, sir, save Lord Fist God, sir. The Underworld God looked like he was struggling. Could he be saved? If the 3 of them attacked, there was still some hope. However, it would completely destroy new martial arts. Fist God roared while fighting Fong Ping. Trash, who asked you to kneel? Get lost. Either you die in battle or you run away. Get lost. Fist God was not really stupid. He did not mention asking the Underworld God and the rest to help. He could feel that this was the new martial arts' last hope. He could not let them attack. At this moment, Fist God's heart suddenly moved. He suddenly looked at the Underworld God, his eyes revealing a pleading look. The Underworld God was slightly stunned. I beg you! In his eyes flowed a weakness that had never been there before, a desire that had never been there before. I beg you! Sorrow flashed in the Underworld God's eyes. He suddenly shook his head and glanced at Heavenly Arm beside him. Fist God was stunned. Then, as if he had understood, he roared furiously. Kill! Boom! Like a crazy demon, Fist God burned himself completely, bombarding Fong Ping in a frenzy. Even if Fong Ping was strong, he still took a few steps back. At this moment, Fist God broke through the blockade in an instant. He did not escape. Straight Sky Arm. Sky Arm's expression changed. He saw Fist God's pleading look, his weak gaze, and the will to die. Sorrow flashed in Sky Arm's eyes too. Then he nodded heavily. Thank you. Fist God's lips moved slightly, but he did not say anything. Behind him, Fong Ping was just about to slash down with his saber. Fist God suddenly burst into laughter. His entire body was burning. He laughed mournfully. It's time for me to leave. I should have left 8,000 years ago. I've lived for 8,000 years. Back then, Sun God said that I would destroy new martial arts. I didn't believe it. Today I believe it, ha ha ha. Sun God, Celestial Emperor Hao Cheong Do, the old new martial arts guy has left. I'll wait for you guys to go on your way together. At this moment, Fist God was a little dazed. He thought of 40,000 years ago. When martial arts were first established, some humans were gifted and walked their own martial arts path. Among them were the 5 people he called out. There was also him. There was Sword God, Saber God, Fire God, Underworld God. They were the oldest batch of people. Later, many people died. Later, he was suppressed. Later, he came out. New martial arts were almost destroyed because of him. Insanity, unwillingness, and everything else had driven him mad. New martial arts should not have been defeated. New martial arts did not lose to others. He lost to his own people. Celestial Emperor and the others were his brothers and fellow cultivators. But they betrayed new martial arts. Rumble. Extremely intense vitality force surged into Heavenly Arm's body. Yes, this was Fist God's last hope. Initially, he wanted to integrate with Underworld God, but Underworld God knew that he could not. If he integrated with Fist God, he might break 9. He was worried that Fong Ping would be wary of him and kill him. He could only integrate with Heavenly Arm. Heavenly Arm had not broken 2 gates yet. Even if he integrated with Fist God, he could not break 9. Heavenly Arm had a good relationship with Li Han Song and Fong Ping. Fong Ping might not stop him or kill Heavenly Arm. This was the reason why Fist God chose Heavenly Arm. Fist God already knew that there was no other way. Fong Ping was not an ordinary broken nine. Instead of dying in Fong Ping's hands, he might as well make up for some of his mistakes. He should not have attacked Fong Ping and the others, but it was too late for regrets now. Rumble. All the bones in Heavenly Arm's body were changing. His vitality was getting stronger. Fist God and he were both powerhouses who used fists. It was just that Heavenly Arm's previous weapon had been self-destructed by him. Right now, Fist God's boxing glove had merged into his hand. Fist God had melted the heavenly spear with his vitality and merged it into the boxing glove. He was forging a divine weapon for Heavenly Arm. Behind him, Fong Ping's expression changed. Fist God was very powerful. He did not need Fist God's help. If Fist God integrated with Old Man Li, he might be able to give Old Man Li a broken 8 combat strength and become a peak powerhouse. But now he was integrating Heavenly Arm. Should he stop him? Would Heavenly Arm and the others not have any complaints about him killing beginner powerhouses? Once these people became stronger, would they act against the human race to take revenge? Fong Ping had a thought in his mind. Kill them, demonic nature. Kill these people and slaughter beginner martial artists, including Heavenly Arm and Underworld God. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. At this moment, his shoulder sank slightly. The cat used its tail to curl the rod and knocked Fong Ping's head, asking curiously, "What is he doing?" Fong Ping turned his head and glanced at the cat, his gaze changing. Was it intentional, or was it really unintentional? In that instant earlier, his murderous intent soared. He even wanted to annihilate all beginner martial artists. This cat had interrupted his train of thought. Fong Ping's expression changed for a while. He did not care about Fist God anymore, feeling a little panicky. He did not know why he had such a thought, but Fong Ping knew that the current him was indeed more demonic than before. Fong Ping did not care about this anymore. With a cold expression, he slashed with his Chongdao. The broken 6, who was kneeling on the ground earlier, was chopped in half. The corpse floated toward Iron Head and the others. Uft! Another broken 6 was killed. Beside him, a powerhouse who followed the underworld god looked at Fong Ping with bloodshot eyes, clenching his fists. Seeing this, the underworld god bellowed, "Come back!" A loud bellow jolted this person back to reality. Seeing Fong Ping killing a heavenly king effortlessly as if he was slaughtering a chicken, this person suppressed all his emotions and hurriedly flew toward the underworld god. The other people who followed the underworld god also flew over there. Illusion, underworld god, and Heavenly Arm were surrounding them now. As for the other powerhouses who followed Fist God and the others, they could not save them. At that moment, when Fong Ping's murderous intent was released, the others did not notice it, but Illusion was sweating profusely. He felt it, the aura of death. Fong Ping had the intention to slaughter Chu Wu. Because Fist God was integrating vitality for Heavenly Arm, Fong Ping was worried that they would sympathize with him, take revenge, and seek revenge. That was why he wanted to kill all of them. At this moment, they did not dare to act rashly. Today, it was a matter of Chu Wu's survival. Chu Wu, who had been passed down for 40,000 years, would be annihilated today if they were not careful. On the other side, Gun God could already move freely without Song Mao watching him. He saw Fist God's choice. At this moment, Gun God's face was also full of despair and defeat. Should we go? One wrong choice, and many good friends were killed. Were they waiting for us? Gun God looked at the underworld god, revealing the same expression as Fist God. At this moment, a hint of sorrow appeared in the underworld god's eyes. He shook his head slightly and glanced at Old Man Li. Use your life to exchange for a small favor for Chu Wu. Even if Fong Ping wanted to kill all of us, using your life might be able to exchange for a different outcome. Gun God understood. He revealed a mournful expression. He was unwilling, and did not want to fulfill the wish of killing their people. But he knew that this was the best choice. Otherwise, the outcome would be the same even if he died. Fang Ping would not let him fulfill the wish of a Chu Wu powerhouse. See you in the next life. Living for 40,000 years, it's worth it. With a murmur, the next moment, Gun God's entire body was set ablaze. He laughed loudly. Fang Ping, we've lost. In the battle of Tao, life and death are determined by fate. Family should not be implicated. If you're not as strong as others, you'll die if you lose. I've long understood this principle. I'll fulfill your teacher's wish. Please let my disciple go. My disciple did not follow us. He's innocent. Ha ha ha. With a hearty laugh, Gun God turned into a ball of extremely dense vitality and flew toward Old Man Li. Fang Ping sensed for a while. He did not feel any killing intent. Gun God chose to accept his loss. They had lost. If they lost, it would be death. However, they had a choice as to how they would die. If they could not fulfill the wish of a Chu Wu powerhouse, they would fulfill the wish of their enemy. Although Fang Ping and the others did not understand, they knew that vengeance and kindness must be repaid. Was this considered kindness? They did not know. Still, they were willing to take a gamble. Boom! The moment Old Man Li came into contact with this ball of vitality, his vitality surged. A powerhouse who had broken 2 gates, a top-notch powerhouse who was ranked 11th in Break 8, burned himself to fulfill his wish. Old Man Li quickly sat down cross-legged. His flesh was exploding. However, Gun God was willing to burn himself to fulfill his wish. This was much smoother than a forced fusion. Over at Heavenly Hound, Divine Palm Sect was suppressed to the point where they could not even lift their heads. At this moment, their eyes were also filled with sorrow. They were all dead. In the blink of an eye, the few old friends who had been trapped together for 8,000 years were all dead. Not only were they dead, but the few Break 7 and more than 10 Break 6 who had followed them were all killed by Fang Ping. He was the only one left. Divine Palm Sect looked around. He did not want to choose Li Han Song. He wanted to choose a Chu Wu who had broken 7 to help him break 8. However, when he saw Heavenly Hound opening its mouth wide and swallowing him, when he saw Fang Ping glaring at him from the side, he knew why Gun God made this choice. Divine Palm Sect was devastated, but he knew that this was perhaps the best choice. Fang Ping, we've lost! We've lost! Divine Palm Sect laughed bitterly, looking at Fang Ping, ignoring Heavenly Hound. You've exceeded our expectations. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. We haven't seen Skyarm and the rest for 8,000 years. There's no longer any friendship between us. When Fist God appeared, he said that he would seize the power of Chu Wu. Underworld God and the rest have long fallen. They are no longer pure Chu Wu. They are the shame of Chu Wu. Origin and Chu Wu are irreconcilable. They support Origin to prevail among Chu Wu. They are no longer Chu Wu. They are cowards and a disgrace. They don't deserve to be on the same level as us. They don't deserve to be called the leaders of Chu Wu. You must defeat the Emperor. Ha ha ha, the infighting of Origin is what we want to see. Divine Palm Sect laughed, burning himself. The moment Heavenly Hound's mouth descended, he broke through and rushed toward Li Han Song. Fang Ping's expression did not change. What was this? Before he died, he humiliated the underworld god and the rest. Was he afraid that he would put them on the same level as Fist God and the rest? Was he afraid that he would destroy Chu Wu? Were the strongest martial artists at the beginning of the martial arts a hero? Perhaps. In the eyes of Chu Wu, they were heroes. At least, many of the powerhouses of Chu Wu did not recognize them. Fang Ping was the devil. However, Fang Ping did not think that there was anything wrong with it. I am the devil. If you don't provoke me, I won't be cruel to you. You do it for Chu Wu. I do it for the human race. There was nothing to say. Rumble. A loud noise was heard. On the other side, Heavenly Arm looked sorrowful. Fist God burned himself, burned everything. At this moment, an illusion appeared in the void. Fist God smiled, a little relieved and a little emotional. I've lived for 40,000 years. It's really too long. I'm tired. Fist God chuckled. He was too tired. 30,000 years ago, after his defeat, he felt too tired. Today he was free. Please. He did not know who to ask for help. Maybe it was the underworld god and the rest, or maybe it was Fong Ping. With a touch of ease, just like unquestionable sword that day, Fist God's illusion stepped on the air, getting higher and higher, overlooking the 3 realms. Everyone take care. After saying goodbye, Fist God's laughter spread throughout the 3 realms. In the next moment, the illusion stepped into the endless void and disappeared completely. Rumble. In the void, a fist dissipated. The first in Breaking 8, the first in Chu Wu, Fist God had fallen. Sob, sob, sob. Choking sounds were heard everywhere. Countless people were at a loss. On Chu Wu mainland, a touch of sorrow rose in many people's hearts. A powerhouse in Chu Wu had fallen. Who was it? Fist God. Below, the underworld god's gaze was complicated with an indescribable feeling. Hate, reluctance, or something else. Or envy. Old friend, you left so easily. But what about Chu Wu? At this moment, on a small island in the sea, Taoist Feng Yun stood in the void, his gaze complicated. The fist shadow collapsed. Fist God, the first in Breaking 8, was actually dead. Even he was at a loss at this moment. Who killed him? He didn't sense too much movement. Only Fist God went all out, and only his projection collapsed. This proved that Fist God was dead. There was no intense battle, but he died just like that. Who killed Fist God? Beside him, Di Xing was also shocked. He whispered, "This is Fist God?" "It's him." Taoist Feng Yun sighed softly. In the next moment, a mirror appeared. Taoist Feng Yun tossed it into the void and began to investigate. These beginner martial artists were not origin realm powerhouses, so he could not clearly sense anything. Only with the help of a divine artifact could he determine whether they were dead or alive. After a moment of investigation, Taoist Feng Yun shuddered. No way. It was not Fist God alone. Beginner martial. Too many powerhouses had died in the beginner martial realm. On this day, the 3 realms ranking in the catacombs shook violently. First in Breaking 8, Fist God's name dimmed and instantly disappeared from the Breaking 8 list. Breaking 8, 11, Spear God dead. Breaking 8, 12, Divine Palm Master dead. Breaking 8, 19, Staff Saint dead. Breaking 8, 20, Consciousness severed dead. Breaking 7, 2, Azura God dead. Breaking 7, 6, Rain God dead. Breaking 7, 8, Moon God dead. On the Breaking 6 list, 10 people disappeared in an instant. The 3 realms shook. On this day, the catacombs shook, the human race shook, and even some emperors received the news in secret and were extremely shocked. A beginner martial artist's strength was reduced by 60% in one day. Who did this? Emperors. Only emperors could do it. Even a normal Breaking 9 could not instantly defeat so many powerhouses, not to mention Fist God, the first in Breaking 8.